Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper's Viperland, and I am back here in Chaos Head. We're gonna pick up where we heckin' left off. Which we have to leave off? Oh yeah, okay. There was just a lot of stuff going down. Also, hey Seventh, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How's it going? Yeah. Okay, so we had just seen them explain the dead spot in people's eyes. Okay, yeah, I remember that bit. Definitely a little like, why? But yeah, classes had ended and I stood by the exit. The sky was shifting to the color of twilight, and several crows flapped their wings and flew away without cawing. I was waiting for Remy to come. She had cleaning duty. It wasn't that we'd promised to go leave school together today, but I was sure she would, for me. I already stood here for over 15 minutes in hopes of that. I had no idea what would happen in the morning, but somehow I managed to pass most of the day peacefully and safely. Misumi-kun, too, had been so wrapped up in talking to the transfer student that he hadn't pursued the subject of me and Ayase any further. I owed it all to the transfer student, really. Ah, an immediate choice. Well, okay. I mean, she did just help us. Also, hey Topaz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. She helped us inadvertently, but potentially intentionally. I'm gonna say green for transfer student. Feeling green. Speak of the devil. Here she was, passing beside me. She lowered her head to me with a face that seemed to be on the verge of tears. Despite my discomfort, I somehow succeeded in nodding back. I watched her back as she tripped off towards the school gates. Once again, I thought to myself that she was small. She had a lowly physique. On top of that, she was klutzy. I didn't know her well or anything, but she appeared to have a wholesome personality. But you knew nothing about her, but okay, sure, wholesome personality. Moe traits up the wazoo. But the girls didn't seem to care for her. What people value sure differs between the second and third dimensions. All of a sudden, my field of sight went black. Something put pressure on my eyes. What? Who is it? Surely this wasn't said to exist solely in the 2D world, numbered among the urban legends of the 3D worlds, the notorious Who Is It? To think that a day would come when I'd experience it for real. This man. Right now, as of this second, I'd become one of life's winners. No, wait, cool down. Wasn't it unthinkable to encounter this urban legend in the third dimension? I see, this was a delusion all the way. After all, it was an urban legend. They're called urban legends because no one can figure out for sure whether or not they really exist. It's just something people do sometimes. It had sure surprised me. I was beginning to regain a little of my composure. If this were a daydream, I wanted to wake up right away because I'd only feel glum when I did return to reality. No, since I was already here, I might as well savor these manifestations of a mushy, lovey-dovey urban legend to my heart's desire. Here's a hint. There's a Re in my name. Actually, I already get it. Hint or no hint. I only needed to hear her voice to know. Yep, good old Takumi. I spent day after day training myself to recognize who a voice actor was simply by hearing one of their anime characters talk. I'm definitely not a Seiyu otaku. To rewind one line, I'd spent day after day training myself to recognize who a voice actor was simply by hearing one of their anime characters talk. But I'm not a voice actor otaku. Sure. But it's a natural accomplishment for someone who watches anime. No, you don't know? Hint number 2. There's a me in my name. You just gave out the answer. What a silly Billy. But you're so adorable, Remy. Did he just call her Silly Billy? There was a single reason I couldn't reply. Though I knew the answer, I was embarrassed by the prospect of saying her name. Well, it's a delusion, so I can take it easy. Me. Remy. Ding! She took her hands away. I opened my eyes. When I turned around, Remy was standing there, just as expected. Sorry for making you wait. Well, you had cleaning duty, you know. Make a drinking game. Oh, the problem is you'll die. That's the big problem. Huh? I hadn't woken up from my daydream yet. Normally this would be where the twist arrived, making me come back to myself. I experimentally pinched my cheek. No, that's not right. There's the method by which you determine whether you're asleep or awake, but dreams and delusions aren't so different. in the first place, so not totally the wrong way to go about it, maybe. Wait, hold up, my cheek hurts. Had it all been part of reality? As soon as I realized that, I instantly grew bashful, unable to withstand it, and lowered my pace.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Your face is red, you
顔
know. Did you pinch it too hard? Surumi said, but her cheeks too appeared to be dyed faintly red. Was it the fault of the setting sun? Maybe.
さあ帰ろう。
Okay, let's go home. My school, Sumai Academy, is located in the high-class residential district of Shoto. The individual houses are large, and from them oozes the sense that the people there have come out on top. Winners, clearly. Big houses, expensive, Except, even though it was in Shibuya, and even in the middle of the day, not many people walked around here, so something about the area also felt a little lonely.
タクって意外と
You're
モテる
an unexpectedly hot item. I mean, she made me do a spit take. What the heck was she saying?
あれ？
Huh? You don't know it? That's how you know he's living in a delusion. Remy chuckled and poked the tip of my nose with her pointer finger. You're not supposed to point at people.
だってこの前は
Come on, before this you were with a pretty senior, one in glasses. It's true.
あれは
She was... You told me yesterday she was mean to you.
タクに意地悪する
You
人
know,
で
then why? And today you were talking to
あと
FES.
折原さん
There's Orihara-san. The morning she transferred in, you were the very first one she talked to.
さらにさらに
And then you're going home with me right now.
ほら
See? You're hot stuff. It had certainly occurred to me as of late. Again, I mean, well, one of them was only with him because she's like, hey, you murdered some people, and I just want to confront you about that. The rest I have no real... Like, FES is tied with the D-Sword somehow, as is he, so, like, that's something. The others, I got no real excuse for it, and I still think it is weird that, like, so many... Yeah. Have I begun truly living IRL? Had my popular phase arrived? Etc. A situation I couldn't have imagined a month earlier. Back then, I hadn't even had the opportunity to talk to 3D girls, Nanami aside. And I'd stubbornly, exaggeratedly insisted that I didn't have any interest in 3D girls. Why, over this past month I'd crossed paths with girls so much more frequently. Everything had begun from my chat with Shogun. Which is why, once in a while, I thought, maybe all the events of this month were my delusions. Maybe I'd been seeing a long, long dream the whole time. I had the feeling that it wouldn't be odd if my current situation vanished like mist tomorrow. Or else maybe the person behind me had changed. The former person behind me had liked playing mutely on his own, but the new one preferred to cooperate with other players or something. I mean, if that's the case, that would be when we took over playing in his life, so maybe he's not wrong. In any case, I didn't have any true sense of whether this past month had been real or imaginary. Too many things had kept happening.
っていうか私
Rather, I
今日
found
初
out
め
for
て
the
知っ
first
たん
time
だけど
today, but FES is in the same school as us. Plus, she's in our
同じ
grade, in the class next door. Rumi's tone of voice grew feverish. Rumi might be something of a crowd follower.
昨日タクから CD
I just
借り
borrowed
た
her
ばっか
CD
り
from you
だから
yesterday, so I was
すごくびっ
really
くりしてそれ
surprised.
にすごく
And
可愛
she's
い子
super
だし
cute. Rumi came around in front of me. Walking backwards while facing me, she lowered her voice and inquired cautiously, What
話してたの
did you talk about?
今朝
This morning with FES and
聞
Kishimoto-san.
かせて
I'd like to
私
know.
には
Maybe I don't have the right to hear, but
ないかも岸本さんと
when you
話
were
してた
talking to Kishimoto-san, you looked so trapped in thought. It made me kind of worried.
思い詰めた様
You'd
子
seen
だった
even
から
that. It might be okay to tell Rimi every single little thing. I had no one else to talk to about it, and it was exhausting to agonize over it again and again, or over it on my own. Sorry, I was distracted. There's something flying there. I'm a little on edge about flying things because past 24 hours there have been 2 bees in this room, so this was a small little... Wanted to hear someone else's opinion. Not someone who spoke purely in abstractions like ISA and Senna, someone who would give me a clear answer, as in, it's like this. But then again, she hadn't believed a thing I told her yesterday.
話してたのは
We talked about
剣の
the
こと
sword.
ケン
Sword? You mean what you mentioned
昨
yesterday?
日タクが言ってたやつ
I answered with a
綾さん
nod.
の
ISA has it. Is what?
本物を
Real one. Thought I heard Remy sucking a breath. Eyes wide, she tottered a few steps backwards. What a lie. She sounded even more
だって
dubious.
あれ
Because it's a toy, right?
だから
That's why I'm telling you. Mine is a toy, but she has a real one.
ライブ行けば見ら
If
れ
you
る
watch her perform, you can no, you can see. I had second thoughts as soon as I started saying it. Would she be able to see it? Ayase had said only people with the power could see the D-swords.
ライブに行けば
I could see a real version of that sword if I go to one of her concerts. Also, hey Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Also, Rip Topaz. Then maybe I'll go next time. I'd like to see Phantasm live to begin with. Aku, wanna go together?
見られない
You might not see it. Only certain people can see it. Eh? Is that so? Like the Emperor with no clothes.
じゃあ
Then I might not be bright enough to see it, or something. I
なんてね
wonder. For starters, I didn't have any conception of how a real D-sword worked as a device. I was simply taking everything Ayase said at face value.
そんな剣本当にあるのかな
Figured out the bee
やっぱり
mystery?
私信じられないよ
No. But I haven't spotted another one in here today, so I'm hoping the corner of my room over that way. There's two windows in the same corner. I had the air conditioning in one, which was off for now because it was a little cooler lately, and I put the fan in the other. I've just got a window fan. One of those, like, just goes in the window, blows air. It's nice because I don't get a lot of air through here. And it was the window facing me right here, so it blew the air right at me. Wonderfully. Cool night air blown right at me. I swear yesterday I checked that window because that's the only thing that had changed in the past few days. It was like 2 days ago when I turned on the fan. I checked as best I could the screen and it didn't seem to have any gaps. But just to be safe, last night I swapped it when I spotted the other bee. I took care of that. You know, the AC's gone and the fan's blowing air towards that back wall, and I guess it just eventually will come my way. And I haven't spotted one yet today. That would be really nice. While it's less ideal to have the fan pointing that way instead of this way. See if there's a hive. Oh, there's definitely a hive. We've known about the hive for a while. It's on the far corner of the house, so not like I'm on the front. If you're facing the street, on the front left corner of the house. On the back left corner of the house, there's definitely a hive. Like, we've known about it for a little bit, but it was kind of a live and let live situation. Nobody really goes around that corner back there, so we're just like, they're not bothering us, we're not going to bother them. But if they keep coming in, then that suddenly crosses the line of bothering us. So yeah, kind of in an unknown state for right now, but yeah. There's definitely a hive. That's been known for a few weeks, probably longer. I've known about it for a few weeks, but I don't go back there often. Does a sword like that really exist? I guess I just can't believe it. Could Kishimoto-san's sword have been a toy that looked real too?
でも光ったし
But it shone.
おもちゃでも光るやつ
There are
も
lots of
いくらでもある
toys that
よ
give off light. Yeah, cosplayers can do nutty things with LED strips. Good point. Excuse me. If you wanted to stick some decorations on it, that could be accomplished easily enough. Except the compulsory force and presence of Ayase and Senna's swords, I couldn't bring myself to deny it. They possessed an aura that a knockoff simply couldn't duplicate. And more than anything, Ayase had drawn her sword out of nothingness. Yeah, it's hard to do that. It definitely wasn't something as low class as super speed or hypnotism. In that act of hers, I had tasted a far more unbelievable power. Wait, super speed is a low-class power, but a high-class power is pulling a sword out of nowhere? Don't get me wrong, pulling a sword out of nowhere is pretty cool. I feel like super speed would be drastically more useful in almost any situation other than somebody's coming at you with a sword and you need to block it really quick. But even then, super speed is still better, you just get out of the way. Alright, whatever. His power classing system is weird. I might have the power to project illusions into reality. I didn't have a scrap of proof for it myself, but I tried mentioning one of my ideas.
だから将軍に
That's why
狙われて
Shogun
る
is out to get me, I think. Because there was no other reason for him to target me. Not many people out there were as harmless to others as me. Otaku are fundamentally harmless. I mean, yeah, they're less likely to go out and actually bother people. But they're definitely very likely to just harass actual women on the internet, I'd say that likelihood goes up drastically. Drastically. Since they shut themselves up in their real world. If they've got the free time to cause trouble for 3D people, they'd rather play around with cute Moe 2D characters in their
昨日
heads.
調べてた特
You
許
mean
のこと
the patient you looked up yesterday?
タクはあんな装置
Yeah. Oh, the
持ってるの
patent. Do you have that kind of equipment it talked about? I shook my head.
そうじゃなくて
That's not it.
装置とかなくて
You
も
might be able to use the power even without equipment. Taku, you're teasing me, aren't you?
わかった
I get it. Is this from some manga or
アニ
anime?
メが元ネタ
Rumi wouldn't believe me after all. But I remember doing it myself. The accident when I was in elementary school. Desperate explained it to Rumi, that I might be a murderer. I knew she might abandon me once I confessed, but I couldn't stop myself from saying it. I wanted to clear away the fog of doubts in me by talking to someone. Rumi silently listened to my stuttering explanation, a complex look on her face. When she had heard me out to the end,
考えすぎだ
"You're
よ
overthinking it." She laughed it away as if nothing
そう
had
考
happened.
えてることだって
It's delusional of you to think like that, you know? Do you get it? Was I thinking too much? Maybe. It'd be nice if that were the case, but see, he's in the worst position where, yes, he's overthinking it, but also, yes, he's not a normal person and he's clearly done some things. But the haze in the depths of my heart refused to clear up. The office smelled dusty. Second floor of an aging multi-tenant building. The wall on the far side of the floor was one large window. The light shining through made the dancing dust resemble powdery snow. The words pasted on the glass, Frisia Investigations, cast shadows on the desk closest to the window. About 20 desks were lined up with nary a gap between them. All of them were piled with precarious mountains of documents and files, forming a tableau that brought to mind a publishing company. Most of the desk's owners were absent, leaving at most 5 to 6 people in the office. The reason behind it was most certainly not because today was a Saturday. In proof of that, the to-go list on the whiteboard hung up beside the entrance was covered with written-in appointments. Yatsuji Ban opened the door of this private investigation company a little after lunchtime. None of the workers faulted him for coming in without knocking. Ban, for his part, greeted them with "Hiya" and went straight for the stout woman glaring at her laptop at the furthest desk, the one right by the window. Yo, Momo-chan, doing well? The woman he had called Momo-chan, Frisia's company president, Momose Katsuko, made a fed-up expression, keeping her line of sight on her monitor. You've come again, Ban-chan. So I have. Found out anything new about New Gen? Lordy, I'm busy, you know? I got heaps of issues to take care of. When you're at a small business like ours, you got to surrender your weaknesses to work, or your weekends to work. You understand? Only then did Momose finally raise her head. Seeing Ban smirk, she put a hand to her forehead and shook her head a bit. She said so many times that this isn't a secret police organization, or one of the police's subdivisions either. It's awful selfish of you to think you can get information from us for free. If you got enough free time to come here, then do something about it yourself, Mr. Public Servant. You can pay my commission. You can get the booking schedule from Miho-chan. Maybe? I'll say potions. How's it going? Welcome to Viper Lane in the chat. It might be. I haven't looked up anything about it. Because, like, spoilers and stuff. But afterwards, I was going to look it up. Oy vey, you're as cold as ever, President. Though she'd spoken without pausing for breath, Bond seemed unfazed. He fanned himself aloofly. Even though I helped you so much when you founded this company. Oh my, how patronizing of you. Bond-chan, how many years will you have to keep reminding me of that before you're satisfied? You got me. So how's this for your pee? When what Ban ostentatiously held out to her was a plastic bag with the name of a neighborhood Japanese-style sweet shop printed on it. What? If you had it, you should have shown me from the start. Thanks as always. Miho-chan, bring us 2 cups of tea. After requesting this of her subordinate, Momose, whose attitude had undergone an instant 180-degree shift, took the bag from Ban and began scrutinizing its contents. Oh my, chestnut jellies! This is the season for them. You certainly know what I
バン
like.
ちゃんそんなところに突っ立ってないで
Chan,
座っ
don't
て
just stand over there. Come take a seat. Much appreciated. Smiling wryly, Ban pulled a chair over from the neighboring desk and settled himself down next to Momose. One of the female office workers brought them a hot tea in paper cups. So, any new
ちょっと待ちな
leads?
さいって
Hold your horse for a second. Momose neatly unwrapped the chestnut jellies, flattened the wrapping paper, and laid it to refold next to her PC. And she quickly popped the first chestnut jelly into her mouth. She had a huge weakness for Japanese sweets. When Ban came here to get information, bringing some snacks with him was an absolute necessity. This is so delicious. Yeah. Have any right to talk, but how about going on a little bit of a diet? Otherwise, you'll never be able to get married, you know? You really don't have any right to talk. Yeah. I lost my chance to marry ages ago. Shrugging, Momose took a sip of tea and turned to face Ban. Another New-Gen case occurred, didn't it? Is it okay for you to be slacking off in a place like this? Everyone else is working hard on their side of the investigation. I'm going to approach the truth of the matter from another angle. Don't try to act so cool. It doesn't suit you. Ban was sensitive to hot food, so he hadn't taken his tea in hand yet. The weather should have been cool enough already, but he went on flapping his fan in his face. It seemed to be more of a habit of his than anything else. It's not him? Ah, rip.
警察は G レート
Are the police following up on the GE rate aspect of things? Right, the GE rate. It's pretty amazing stuff, just like you said.
私が嘘の情
But
報を
don't give
渡すわ
out
けない
false
でしょう
information,
に
because this way
こ
I
れ
can
で
eat
お
as I
まま食べてる
please.
それで
And, well, I'm looking into it on my own.
勝手に
On
ちょ
your
っとば
own?
あちゃん
Wait, Banchan. Momose's voice carried well. She had an assertive personality to begin with, and she spoke loudly. As the Frisia employees were used to her, they didn't raise an eyebrow even when her angry shouting reverberated through the entire office. The president's yelling was an everyday occurrence. Ban, too, had known Momose for ages, and with her having gone off at him dozens of times, his only reaction was to sardonically pick at his ear. Momose herself didn't particularly want anyone to listen in on this topic, so she soon lowered her voice. But as she jabbed a finger at Ban with downright dreadful force, her expression was teeming with a fury that made the way she'd smiled and stuffed her mouth with sweets seem like an utter
個
lie.
人で追うのは危険だと
Didn't
言っ
I
たじゃ
tell
ない
you it'd be dangerous to pursue it by yourself?
政治に宗教に
Government, religion, business, how deeply do you think they're involved with this? You know very well what happened to Professor Oto, who gave a lecture about G rates on TV just a little while ago, don't you? Ah, the staking victim, you mean? You've told me countless times.
何度でも言ってやるわ
I'll keep telling you. Oh yes, I'll tell you.
あんたはいつも私と中国
You
語を無視
never
する
listen
か
to
ら
my warnings, that's
そ
why.
れでいつも尻拭いさせられる
Always the
の
one
は
who has
私だ
to
って
wipe your
あな
ass
た
after
も
the
じゃないわ
fact, over and over. Now, don't shout like that. Drink some tea and relax, will you? Instead of taking her tea, Momose flung a second chestnut jelly into her mouth, breathing hard through her nose. I'm telling you, it's okay. For whatever it's worth, I'm working with Suwa. At the moment, the GE rate stuff is too far off the beaten path. We don't have enough to persuade the powers that be.
スワちゃんは確かに有能だし
Suwa-chan is certainly capable and steady, but I won't have anything to do with it if you push him too hard. When did you become Suwa's guardian,
ばあちゃん
Momo-chan?
の無謀な行動に
I feel sorry for a young man with a future ahead of him when he's getting dragged down by your defenseless conduct. Ah, is that so? The defenseless conduct that you literally told us that, you know, it's fine. Ben shrugged and took an experimental sip of his tea, but it was still hot, making him scrunch up his face. But is it really possible for biorhythms to lead to murderous insanity?
前に説明したでしょうに
Excuse me. I explained it to you before. To tell you the truth, I don't quite grasp all of it. Does it have to do with your specialty, electromagnetic waves? Momose sighed and, in opposition to Ban, went on sipping her tea without any
満
issue.
月の夜の事件簿は
You're well aware of the records of incidents that take place on nights with full moons, aren't you? More or less. Many crimes and accidents took place on nights with full moons, nor was this an urban legend. It became obvious from a single glance at the police headquarters statistics. Yeah,
その満月以上
What do you think happens if people's biorhythms are made to rise by force even stronger than that of a full moon? They get agitated,
それだ
right?
け
That's not
渋
all.
谷は特殊な街だ
Shibuya is a unique city, didn't I tell you?
G レートが高ければ
higher the GE rate, the more biorhythms
し
ascend.
かもその上昇値は
Additionally, that rate of ascent is approximately 6,800 times more powerful than the numbers generated by the influence of a night with a full moon. A little bit.
想像しにくい数字だな。
It's a pretty unimaginable number. I mean, I guess so, but like, the amount of influence the moon's gravity actually has on any given part of the Earth, kind of minor. So but still 6,000 times stronger than that is a lot.
比べ物にならないくらいすごいって考え
Think
て
of
もい
it
いわ
as being so incredible that nothing else can hold a candle to it. Why
殺
now?
された太田教授が言っ
The
てい
late
たのは
Professor Ota said it was because the GE rate began abruptly increasing about a half
地
year
層の
ago.
構造に大
As
きな
long as there
変化が
aren't
起き
any
ないと
changes in the composition of the area's geological strata, that sort of thing shouldn't be possible. Changes, huh?
そう
Well, didn't they
駅
mention
前
there
の
was like a
スクラン
big
ブル交差
earthquake?
点で火山が
I don't
噴
remember
火する
exactly
ほど
when
の
they
エ
said
ネル
it
ギー
was,
が必
though.
要
I
な
think it was sooner than that. It was more recent, actually. But it could be related. They did say that there were some people who thought that the earthquake was either the first New Gen incident or what led to the others. Yes, such a transformation would require the power of, say, a volcano erupting at the pedestrian scramble by the station. A volcano? That much
それく
power?
らい今の GE
That's just how
レートは
improbable the
ありえない
current
状況なの
GE rate
これを
is.
世間に訴えよう
The
と
professor who tried to impress us upon the world was killed by New Gen.
事件の前日に教授が出
You
演す
didn't
る
know
予
that
定
the
だった
day
テレビ
before
番
his
組が
murder, a TV program he was supposed to appear on suddenly stopped broadcasting without any warning?
確か
You sure?
知り合いに
An acquaintance of mine works at MHK and I heard it from him.
国営放送
Aren't many people in a position to put pressure on the state-managed channel, are there?
私も詳細について
I
は
don't
分
know
か
the
らないわ
details either. I'd have charged them about it long ago if I did. Intrigued, Bond leaned forward.
俺でも大体予想
Even I've got a pretty good idea of what you mean. Under these circumstances, you should tell me everything.
本気で聞きたい
You truly want to know?
社会の暗部に
You'll be stepping into the darker half of society. Are you fine with
あん
that?
ちゃん
Bang-chan, you might get
こ
fired.
れは
I'm okay with anything, as long as I can arrest the new gen criminal.
どうするか
Well, decide what you're going to do after you hear my answer. As she sipped her tea, Momose used her left hand to type at her notebook PC. A document opened on the LCD monitor. There she had enumerated the results of her personal investigation.
明和党
The Meiwa Party? Give me a break, Momo-chan. I was convinced you'd name the opposition party, but of all things.
俺はてっきり
Bond groaned as though it had grown tedious.
よりによって
But his eyes weren't smiling. Far from it, they had a detective
下手
sharpness.
したら
If we screw up, we'll shake the whole country. So she's saying the current party of government is somehow involved? I certainly couldn't have Remy come to my base over the weekend, so I spent a worrisome 2 days alone. Remy had brought me fresh supplies of food in advance on Friday, so I'd stayed shut in my base without taking a single step outside. He doesn't have a bathroom inside. He goes out to the roof to have a sink. I actually have no idea where his bathroom is, but he's gone over what's in his shipping container, and a bathroom is not one of them. So how? We're just going to say don't worry about it. I'll definitely say he didn't shower or anything, but I'm going to say he definitely found a way to use the bathroom. I guess. But even then, there were countless times when my anxiety almost drove me to email Remy saying, please come over. In the end, I never pressed send, but I was only freed from my nervousness during the 30 minutes when I was watching Baruchu's latest episode. Even under these circumstances, I made sure to keep up with Baruchu. Because if Remy had become that which held me up in the third dimension, my source of support in the second dimension was Baruchu, or rather, Sierratan. On Monday, when I had somehow made it through the weekend, when I browsed the Phantasm.com at Virapara, it was remarkably full of flaming, and I quickly followed a link to @channel. There was an epic thread in progress. @channel message board. Be sure to read the Guru game board guide. Entry prohibited for those under 20. No repeating threads. Make your thread titles easy to search for. FPS from Phantasm used to be hospitalized. Kishimoto is the real name of FPS from Phantasm. In the past, she was a patient at a psychiatric ward. The hospital is called AHM. Phantasm is over. Yes, at one point somebody sought help for mental health. That should ruin her current career as a lead singer of a popular band. I guess. Good job making shit up. Stores, please? Or sauce, please? Wow. Whose eyes are those eyes? Lol. They're all voice of a nameless raider. Who is FES? For real? AHM only took super mentally ill patients. Another anti-fan? This is pretty sucky trolling. If you're gonna start a thread, at least link it to a source. Of course it's a lie that FES was hospitalized. Don't you get embarrassed slandering her like that? I've never heard of AHM. Fuck off. The one watching you was me, FES. Strike the stake, strike the stake, strike it into the asshole spewing BS. The next new gem victim is gonna be one of you. FES, it's right. Number one is right. FES was hospitalized for a long time for psychological reasons. As the hospital put out a free publication with patients' drawings and essays and poems, and her poetry got introduced there. By the way, the same thing's up on the hospital website. Her real name is Kishimoto Blank, AHM Arc Heart Medical Group. Here we go. Though that's as far as your love for her goes? Whatever, I have a few rivals now. Which is why FES is going to be my bride. I have fewer rivals. It's here! What, lol? It's true. Lol, lol, lol. Yes, yes, yes. Fueled on the fire. There was a picture posted. Laughed myself shitless. Notification. Phantasm is through. Is Phantasm going to disband over this? I like FES a lot, though, in a sexual sense. I don't get why this is such a, like... You sought help. I got... Sure, it's the internet. We'll just go with it's 4chan. That's how it goes. This must be someone's guidance, too. The poem there doesn't get used in her songs, does it? The one watching it was me. Yeah, now they got her full name. Don't quit, FES. I'm seriously gonna cry. I can kind of understand it. They say there's a fine line between genius and madness. Disbandment flag. Here it comes. Tonight'll be a black mass. Young FES-tan. This means Phantasm is dead for sure. Part of me thinks it fits them to end like this before going mainstream. Still no comment on FES's official site? Nothing's gonna happen no matter how much @channel virgins make a ruckus online. Ha ha ha. FES looks at the future, not the past. She's gonna predict your deaths. Ha. Wait, is there some kind of problem with this? Let's try. We know you're one of them. Must be desperate to keep the band going. We knew all along that FES was a little weird in the head. What's the big deal now? FES is psychologically ill, but that's a good thing. Calm down, you guys. It's all a huge hoax by FES-tan. FES must have broken down because of the malice filling the world. That was the power that awoke her punk rocker soul. These keen, aggressive lyrics are the sublimated cries of her soul. On the contrary, we ought to unconditionally bless the facts given out by Poster 12. Went to the URL 12 had pasted in. The site's down. They're running away. The Ock-Heart Medical Group was a long-time psychiatric facility that accepted only patients with severe mental illnesses. A wonderful, ecologically clean place where excellent instructors guide all children to always do the right thing. Wow, that sounds like a cult. That sounds like a cult. A wonderful, ecologically clean place where excellent instructors guide all children to always... That's a cult. It's a cult. Summary, studies, whole year agreement, guided tour, main building equipment, child consultation and treatment, access to communications, children's playground, use as a last resort. From what the site showed of the hospital's appearance, all the windows had bars on them, making it look almost like an aging prison. I didn't know if it was still in existence. Thanks to the Final Smash, deaths... Oh yeah, no worries. Excuse me. In any case, the homepage hadn't been updated whatsoever for the past 4 years. Except, just as the people from @chan had said, this site included a picture of the young Kishimoto Ayase and a poem she had written. Ayase is a mental patient. The shadow of a wicked heart lurks within you. which cannot be seen. No matter how I try to leave, unwaking nightmares become a sword in the end and come to slash me apart. With the shield called apathy, people evade the flames of war. My reborn battlefield enemies are those with spite in their hearts. At times, malice possesses its own will and shows us its form. Creative work gallery. It wasn't that it particularly shocked me. When I was in elementary school, I myself had regularly gone to a hospital psychiatric ward. That was why, on the contrary, I sympathized with her. Ayase was the same as me. Having something in common is a little different, but sure. She was the same as me, even with her incredible aura and her charismatic way of drawing Shibuya's youth to her. This common point between the two of us lent a certain veracity to the hypothesis that she and I might possess the same power, the ability to project illusions onto reality. It would be safe to say that this lent me the courage and hope. Only, there's just one problem. Up until now, I'd taken everything Ayase told me at face value, but that might have been a mistake on my part. How to obtain a D-sword, that I would be saved if I obtained one. I began to have doubts, not about the phenomena she had shown me, but rather about the words she had spoken. Did I believe her, or... The abrupt sound of my phone ringing made me jerk. Cell phones sure seemed to enjoy catching me by surprise. This is what I hated about them. Clicking my tongue, I picked up the phone as it went on ringing even more annoyingly. The caller had to be Nanami. She was definitely going to shower me with her useless and belated complaints again. Ah, what a pain. It was what I thought as I pressed the button to put me through and laid the phone against my ear, all without checking the caller's number. Why, just this one time, hadn't I checked the caller's number? The incredibly loud melody I heard coming through the phone let me pass. I hastily confirmed the number displayed on the LCD screen. This number, as I thought. No, why? Wasn't it supposed to be out of use? When I had Nanami call to make sure, hadn't that announcement played at us? Or else, had the prankster brought the number back? What should I? Panicking, I turned back towards the center of the room. Surely Remy would be there, and she'd give me some kind of advice. Surely. She wasn't. Of course not. Remy was taking class at school right now. Because I told her ahead of time I wouldn't be going to school today, she hadn't come to pick me up in the morning. As I stood there, shaken up, Let Me Pass continued playing through the cell phone. A full minute had already gone by. I'd only caught a little bit of it before, but I'd heard some noise aside from Let Me Pass. Even if you limited it to only the sounds I could recognize, there were car engines and people's footsteps, so it must be outdoors. Who the hell was the person calling me? I could only think of one who might set up this kind of hoax. Shogun. Of course, everything comes back to Big Shogun conspiracy. Troubled, I looked at the Sierra-tan standing next to my PC. What should I do, Sierra? Sierra-tan faced me with the exact same smile as always, 'cause it's a figure. The line! Ignore him! Ignore him! Oh. I see, you're right. I could do that. Of course, I should have done so from the start. I laid my thumb against the phone's end call button, but for some reason... Before I cut it off, I thought I'd listen to Let Me Pass one more time for a little bit longer. It felt strange even to me. It creeped me out, so I should have waited to end the call. I should have wanted to end the call as soon as possible. I, mostly unconsciously, took the cell phone in my grip and lifted it to my ear. So the mysterious unknown number keeps calling him with the song. It came surging out of the phone. Ghastly pain, the violence of a noise like ultrasonic waves. That sound infected my body. Impact like lightning struck my head. My whole body went petrified. I screamed my lungs out, but I couldn't hear my own voice. It boiled, my brain, my heart. They boiled, they bubbled, they melted in globs. Pain chewed through my body from the inside, crawling around me. My consciousness went liquid and coursed through me until, in the end, it arrived at my heart and exploded and scattered into mist. Those incoherent sensations controlled me, leaving me unable to think about what was happening. So that's happened to him once before, where they've called and it's ended on that sound. I don't know. That clearly has some sort of effect on him. And with Steins Gate coming after this, clearly people picking up phones and having something happen is a thing. At least in Steins Gate. So now I'm a bit curious. The first time it was like, haha, look, prank call, lol. Now it's like, When Kusunoki Yua slowly opened her eyes, she saw that her class, Year 3 Class B, was in an uproar. Also, just for the heck of it, why not save things? You're late. How much did you miss? Nothing of importance until what just happened. It was a bunch of just like, whatever. The two big bullet points is 4chan just found out that FES, the singer from the band, used to be in a psychiatric hospital for... Yeah, those are two words that shouldn't go together, and they sound awful, so I'm sorry. Sounds really painful. But she used to be in a psychiatric hospital. Everyone at 4chan thinks that means the band's gonna break up. They found out because the hospital left their website up with like bits of work from the people who were there. They had her full real name, her picture as a kid, and some of her poetry. And 4chan's like, they're gonna just break up because of that. And he got that call again. The call with the walk signal song. And instead of turning it off, he found that he didn't really want to turn it off, even though his Sierra Tan and his computer told him to turn it off. He put it up to his ear, and then as it cut to the noise at the end of it, like it did last time, this happened. He screamed, he couldn't hear his own voice, his impact like lightning struck him. He basically just like was hit by a wave of stuff. And now we cut straight to this. So like, those are the two important things that happened. And I don't know if the 4chan bit is important, but it seems it might be. But clearly now I was just like, now I have more questions, because that's happened to him before. He's gotten that call before. Yeah, which is weird. I'm trying to remember like if that was like right before things started getting weirder for him or something. Countless students had collapsed, their eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth, and their bodies twitched all over. A number of others had curled into balls, pressing down on their heads as if they were suffering. Also, I meant to say, hey Ramen, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? The remaining students had stood up, though they were supposed to be in the middle of class, and were filing out into the hallway. The teacher took no notice of them as he frantically attempted to help the fallen students. Everyone who had come out into the hallway was raising surprised voices, but none of their words entered Yua's head. The cell phone in her skirt pocket had been vibrating for some time now. Upon noticing it at last, she dragged her hand towards her pocket. She tried to stand up, but she staggered and slid down past her chair. Crouching, she leaned back against the wall. After correcting the position of her slipping glasses, she pressed a button to take the call and put her phone to her ear.
Hi.
Yes? Yes. Huh. Yes? I'm okay, tentatively speaking. Yua made a grimace and pressed at her forehead as she answered. Both the commotion of her classmates in the hallway and her teacher's voice as he called, "Hey, hold on!" to his prostrate students sounded to her like something taking place very far away. Yes. Yeah. You are? Yes, I see. And so... Eh? Blanching, Yua gulped. She covered the phone with her hands and dropped her voice. Her tone was clearly unsettled. That's impossible. But, in truth, having said that much, Yua fumbled with her words and hung her head. Even though, in truth, it was me. The racket from the corridor grew louder still. Oh, and, I forgot. Bon, the detective, went to a private agency. Not quite detective agency, but just a private agency. Information broker, we'll go with. I don't remember what they were actually called. Frieza agency or something. And the woman there was the woman who had told him, keep an eye out for those, gravity flux spots. And that scene ended with her implying that it was the current government party in power that was somehow entwined with all what's going on. That was also potentially relevant. There was also a few fluff scenes of stuff happening, which is probably unimportant. Everyone was looking in the same direction and pointing and wearing anxious expressions. The hallway windows rattled as if a strong wind were blowing against them. Yes,
はい
yes,
そうです
right. My
妹です
little sister. Yes, I understand.
わかりました
Feebly bowing her head at the end, as though the person she was speaking to were right in front of her, Yua cut the connection. She raised her head, casted a glance at the windows beyond which everyone was
空
pointing.
が
The sky. It was almost as if someone had dropped white paint into water. The sky that had been a dirty blue was fading to white. The white spread at considerable speed. Blurring, it invaded its way through the
白
sky,
く染まっていく
going white. Things don't sound good in general, but yes, you're right. Also, one second. Chapter 6. Noah. Oh, ooh, okay. Oh hey, it's Bon. Under ordinary circumstances, being released from a long investigatory headquarters meeting would have left Bon Yasuji feeling refreshed. But that certainly wouldn't be said of today. When he left the other detectives and went up to the windowsill to irritatedly place a call to his junior. His partner, Sua, hadn't shown up at today's investigation meeting. Bon's personal feelings about it was, sure, even I want to skip, but what are you thinking, abandoning your senior like this? Neither of us want to be here, but don't leave me alone. And the mental breakdown seems kind of par for the course. Yeah, doesn't it? Doesn't it just? At first glance, Sua seemed like a frivolous sort of man, but in reality he was a serious detective with some real backbone to him. Considering how Bon valued him, his ditching the meeting today came unexpectedly. Bon had tried to contact him countless times, but he always ended up getting his voicemail. What with having heard something rather disturbing from Momose 2 days ago, Bon was having a hard time settling down. Today was full of annoyance after annoyance. Aside from the thing about Sua, there was also the fact that when he reported about the GE rate in the meeting earlier, Matsunaga shot him down with, "We don't have time to deal with idle gossip." Okay. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Please don't let things get any more aggravating than this. Bon let out a small sigh as he waved his fan at his face. Which was when his call went through and he heard his junior's voice. Sam, you
バカ野郎
danged fool, where the hell are you loafed at? The connection was terribly low quality. Bon scratched his short hair, wondering where in the boondocks Sua had gone off to. So, sorry, I'm busy questioning aspects, own ideas, you know?
あ
Huh? What are you saying? Where are you?
今どこだ
When Bon yelled, Sua's voice grew inaudible, and for some time, rustling noises continued in exchange. How is it? Can you hear me now?
あ
Yeah.
それで
So, where in the bloody name of... Oh, well, I had a few ideas of my own, see? I was doing all kinds of asking around.
お前な
Look here, you. He couldn't praise Sua for taking unauthorized independent action. Since Bon himself was constantly taking unauthorized independent action, however, he couldn't help smiling dryly at the thought that maybe all their time together had led to him having a bad influence on Sua, his junior. I think I'm pretty close to hitting on some clues. Decisive evidence with respect to the true new-gen criminal.
何
Real criminal? The color in Bon's eyes shifted. I'm keeping it secret for now. Was that the sound of a massive death flag just going up? Because I swear I just heard a flag being raised up a flagpole really, really loudly. A long way up. But, you know, since I might be thinking along the wrong lines.
とにかく
In any case, head on back, you got it? Nah, I'm gonna investigate a little bit longer. And he was never seen or heard from again, right?
あ
Huh? Hey, wait a sec. Don't worry, leave it to me. Sua. Oh, right then, the area at his feet began shaking. Earthquake? The shaking gradually grew fiercer and fiercer, to the point that he couldn't stand up straight. Bond crouched in place without a moment's hesitation. This is a big one. The other detectives, who had at first been unfazed, finally picked up on the gravity of the situation and ducked down or wormed their way under the tables. The clock hanging on the wall, the pens and paper cups set on the table, the projection equipment, they dropped to the floor one after the other, sending up violent crashing noises. This does remind me also, the woman he was talking to at the agency mentioned that, like, we all know that during a full moon, stuff happens. Like, they were just like, yeah, there's always more police reports during a full moon. People are a little crazier. It's just how it is. She mentioned that what's going on in Shibuya right now is 6,800 times stronger than that of the effect of a full moon, which sounds really strong. And also that it started increasing about 6 months ago, and I was like, I wonder if that has anything to do with the earthquake they were talking about, but that seemed more recent. So it's possible whatever affected the GE rates caused the earthquake, but I don't think the earthquake caused the GE rates because it was before it, but I was reminded because of this. I don't know if that's relevant, but it was enough that I picked up on it. The two whiteboards lined up at the head of the conference room also collapsed. It's almost like being on a plane that had just entered turbulence. So it seemed to Bond. It felt as if his feet weren't meeting the ground. See, as somebody who's never been on a plane or in a earthquake, I can't really relate. I can tell you it sounds awful, but like, I don't know. Like, I can imagine what it would feel like if the ground started shaking, which is very unpleasant, obviously, but his entire body rocked, sending him swinging from side to side. This could conceivably be a 4 or 5 or 6 magnitude earthquake. Had the great Kanto earthquake arrived at last? Now of all times? That was when something slammed into Bond's head. He cried out at once. It wasn't that someone had physically struck him. It was an intense headache. Intense indeed. Suddenly, screams resounded through the conference room. Gritting his teeth, Bond raised his head to see one of the jurisdictional detectives holding his head in his arms and writhing. He flopped over powerlessly, like a puppet. Most of the other detectives' faces were contorted with pain, and they were pressing down on their temples or cradling their heads. Oh, good. What was this headache that matched nothing he had ever experienced before? Bond had no way of knowing whether or not it was connected to the earthquake. The shaking finally started to dissipate. Bond looked through the window with foggy eyes. It overflowed with milky white light. The brilliance of it prevented him from keeping his eyes open. Yeah, so something is happening to everyone at about the same time. People are having seizures in classrooms, the sky is going white, detectives are having massive headaches. Yua gets a weird phone call? Protag gets a weird phone call. All at pretty much the same time. Actually, we don't know if Protag's getting the phone call at the same time, but we do know because of the sky thing that the last two scenes are at the same time. Assaulted by head-splitting pain, I opened my eyes. I realized I lay collapsed face down in the middle of my room. I tried to get up, but as I did, pain raced through me as if my headache had infected the rest of my body, and I immediately moaned and borderline fainted in agony. After about 5 minutes worth of writhing around, when the pain had started to subside minutely, I grabbed one of the legs of my bed to pull myself up. Oh, okay. I used a hand to wipe the greasy sweat off my forehead. Yep, when we're talking about greasy sweat, we're back to Protag. Excuse me. The room was in a disastrous state, as if a storm had passed through it. All of my brides, who had been lined up on the shelf, were now toppled over or had fallen to the floor. The bed was tilted, and the manga volumes and eroge packages piled up on it had come tumbling down, scattering across the floor. What the hell had happened? That would be an earthquake. If I remembered correctly, someone had called me, Let Me Pass had played through the phone, as before. It had transformed into something like an ambulance siren by the end. Oh yeah, it was the same number too. Right, I'd heard the ground roar at the same time that the buzzer sounded, and immediately afterwards I'd been consumed by the sensation that my entire body was boiling and melting. I had absolutely no memory of whatever came next. My mind went blank. It couldn't be. Electromagnetic attack by Shogun? Yes. Shogun caused an earthquake on the entirety of this entire city because you're so important that they go after you. Yeah, maybe Shogun was capable of carrying out the same sorts of things as the system described in the patent that I found earlier. Such thoughts made me shudder. Enduring my headache, I looked up at the ceiling. I didn't see anything there, of course. If you were recording my thoughts, it'd be from a satellite's distant upper atmosphere orbit. Whatever the case, that can't be it. But judging by Senna's tone when she told me all those things, it almost sounded like the system of that in that patent had already been put into actual use and was being abused by certain people. If one of those certain people was Shogun. No, it's impossible. Whatever the case, it was way too much of a logical leap. An old man who looked like he might keel over any minute now couldn't have private access to an orbital satellite. Or did it mean he had to be one of the key people in some kind of governmental project? Scaring myself with my own delusions wouldn't change anything. It was a fact that something had occurred, so I figured I would look it up online. Why look outside or turn on the news or anything? Nah, 4chan, they'll tell us. Crawled up to my PC, my head throbbing. I was positive I'd left it on, which meant it wouldn't make any sense if my Seraton screensaver weren't being displayed on the monitor, but the screen was pitch black. I hadn't set it to automatically enter standby on its own, so it shouldn't have ended up like this, but my consciousness was clouded, my body remained limp. It was a struggle just to stand. Clenching my teeth to put up with it, I moved the mouse. No reaction. Next, I tried pressing the power button. Oh, there you go. The hard disk started making a crunching sound. Oh man, that crunchy disk reading sound. I popped myself deep into my chair as I waited for the PC to start up. I reached urgently for my cell phone, which still sat where I'd left it on the table. I checked the time. 1 o'clock? Before I'd received that phone call while I was browsing through info about ISA on 4chan, or on 8chan, what time had it been again? I mean, we the player don't know. When I put my head to work, the stabbing pain grew harsher. What time had it been? Think, remember. It definitely, shouldn't have been noon yet, which meant I was out of it for over an hour, or else, like a sleepwalker, I'd been drifting around somewhere for an hour. I mean, that sounds entirely plausible, Shogun. I'm not a sleepwalker. I shook my head to keep my thoughts from sinking in a negative direction again. The resulting pang made my field of sight waver dizzily. It was as if a lump of lead had been stuffed into the center of my head. When I took a glance at the monitor... Oh no. I mean, it's not blue, but that almost makes it worse. If a driver is identified in the stop message, disable the driver or check with the manufacturer for driver updates. Try changing video adapters. Check with your hardware vendor for any BIOS updates. Disable BIOS memory options such as caching or shadowing. If you need to use safe mode to remove or disable components, restart your computer. Press F8 to select advanced startup options and then select safe. Technical information, stop. Simon Sys. Address, base, date start, beginning dump of physical memory, bumping physical memory to disk 1011. Could this possibly be a hard drive error? It can't be. That's impossible. It mustn't be. If that happened, everything will be over. My gigs of 18 plus Moe artwork. My Aerogate save data, my bookmarks to the sites I made the rounds of on a daily basis. If you make the rounds to the sites on a daily basis, you can find the websites again. My minimum attendance shift chart. And more than anything, that was more important to me than anything, my ESO save data. It's an MMO, dude. It's an MMO. It's an MMO. Did this mean that anything and everything had vanished? So you're a massive not quite neat. You're a massive stay-at-home otaku with a ton of important stuff on your computer, and you've backed up none of it? You have money for figures out the wazoo, but you didn't buy a external hard drive to back things up on? Okay. I mean, if the save data was saved locally, that would explain how he got to be super powerful. Probably just hacked it. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Fuck. I wanted to scream and cry in frustration. I wanted to bang at the keyboard. Yeah, but his hentai folder's gone, so he can't anymore. I wanted to kick the wall, and even now I wanted to make sure of whether or not a restoration was possible. But my body felt as heavy as always, and my headache wouldn't recede. And it was all I could do to simply sit limply in my chair and bite my lip. Thank you. It was over. My life was over. Can you see his pain? Wait, doesn't the MMO have a back? Yeah, of course it would have some sort of like, there's no, it would be only locally saved. The deletion of my ESO data meant I no longer had any reason to live. See, I love video games. Clearly. I feel like that should be pretty obvious. Losing save data is pretty crushing, don't get me wrong. Like, I've lost some save data that has hurt. But I've never lost save data and been like, time to end it, that's it. No reason to live anymore. Everything stopped mattering to me, it all burned away. Just kill me. Wait, Taki! Oh. This is what a sane person sees. Zeraton, lying fallen over on my desk, smiled like an angel and spoke to me gently. That's true, it does enable his god complex. Oh man. Calm down. In an online game like ESO, won't all your save data be backed up on their servers? Okay, occasionally she speaks truth. My servers, you mean the company's administrative servers? So even if your PC breaks, the 9-heart cheese data shouldn't disappear. Yeah, don't kill yourself over a video game, please. Also, the save data is probably there. But also, don't kill yourself over a video game. Ah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It should be a super easy fix. Thanks to my misty consciousness, I'd forgotten something that basic. I felt like I'd discovered a single ray of hope in the midst of despair. Just what I'd expect from my wife. I regretted the loss of my precious Moe illustration collections and MP3s, which I hadn't backed up, but I had no choice except to give them up. Even so, I wanted to commence the work of reinstalling my OS as soon as I could. I also wanted to confirm the safety of my ESO save data with my own eyes as soon as possible. Although before anything else happened, I needed the headache currently torturing me to subside. But I very much doubted this pain would do me the favor of disappearing anytime soon. Yeah, so how's the whole rest of the city handling this? It was typical for commercials or famous singers' music videos to be playing on the Jumbotron located in the Shibuya Station Plaza. Excuse me. Currently projected on it, however, was the solemn face of a female newscaster. Hiccups, could you please stop? There was a special TV broadcast, and on the upper left side were displayed sensational words. Earthquake in Shibuya, over 200 casualties. Earthquakes were an everyday occurrence in Japan. Even in the capital metropolitan areas, magnitude 5 earthquakes were known to have taken place myriad times. But as the mass media gathered information, it became clear that this earthquake in particular had produced a bizarrely large number of casualties. Its strangeness was especially apparent when one compared it to the magnitude 5 earthquakes in 2005, which had resulted in 0 casualties. And on top of all things, the earthquake had centered around Shibuya, the subject of close scrutiny throughout Japan thanks to the new-gen cases. An earthquake had also happened in Shibuya about 3 months ago. Okay, yeah, so they said about 6 months ago is when the gravity was getting wonky. 3 months ago was another earthquake. 8 deaths had emerged at the time, despite the fact that it was only a magnitude 3 earthquake. Shibuya is cursed. The people who laid eyes on initial reports about the new earthquake may not have given voice to this, but all of them surely thought it. In any case, all the individual stations had begun broadcasting special programming almost as soon as the earthquake started. Information was currently compiled, or complicated, and though the full count remained unclear, the female newscaster read off her notes stating, according to an announcement by the Fire and Disaster Management Agency, 31 fatalities have been confirmed at present, and it is believed that the number will continue to rise. Furthermore, the cause of death is currently unknown. Additionally, news kept coming out in about the mysterious white light that had attacked Shibuya, and the ensuing shockwave and transformation of the sky from blue to white. Gotta have Viper Urian J. It's important. The cameras affixed at regular points throughout Shibuya's pedestrian scramble had caught that light on tape, and the Jumbotron kept playing a file where the screen went completely white as the earthquake ended. The discoloration that had begun together with the earthquake had at first been more of a searing light than simply white. Shibuya had momentarily been enveloped in a flash whose brightness stopped everyone from opening their eyes. If this were an earlier and more warlike era, people would doubtless have imagined it to be a nuclear weapon. There were some who actually spotted a white mushroom cloud floating several hundred meters above Shibuya, though it soon disappeared. Yet no one had any idea about what the source of the light might have been, or how it could be related to the earthquake. Mysteriously, the white-dyed sky returned to its original color in less than an hour, and now the air above the people of Shibuya was covered in a somber blue, as though nothing had happened. Definitely weird, yeah. The asphalt of Dogen Hill bore extremely minuscule fissures, each of them hardly more than a millimeter. Moreover, mixed-use buildings and other structures in the shopping center had also grown diminutive crevices on the surface of their walls. Okay, nothing actually broke, but there's a lot of cracks about. Damn, he fixed it up quick. Not only did he fix it up, he put it back to the same level of mess it was before. My headache still wouldn't let up. It had taken close to 2 hours to reinstall my OS. Midway through, the pain had made me lose consciousness a number of times. More time for Shogun. I dozed off at the computer before, but this was the first time I'd actually passed out. Even so, the pain had mostly retreated compared to 2 hours earlier. Pain is so much better than it was 2 hours earlier. I've passed out a few times from the pain, but it's still better than it was. It's not mess, Viper, it's organization. You know, I can understand that to a degree. I wet my throat by drinking some Coke and mustered my energy. Man, at first I was like, you drank some Coke and what? But then I saw my energy. No, it's spelled differently, but I still just like, my brain was just like, he drank Coke and mustard. I was like, what?
Tasty.
I turned my toppled bed to its original positions and cleared some space on the floor to walk around in. Doing these things took considerable energy due to how my body refused to work up any strength, but I wouldn't be able to leave the room if I didn't clean up. It'd be the worst if... It'd be the worst if, during Shogun's next attack, although I didn't know if it was really him or not, I found myself trapped in here and couldn't run away. I needed to guarantee myself an escape route. In any case, once I had finished rearranging things and reformatting my OS, I swiftly faced my PC and installed EOS. I attempted logging into Baselard. So you don't look online for, like, massive earthquake. He has no idea about the sky or that anyone else was affected by this. He's just like, gotta have my character, gotta play my MMO, gotta. Yes, I know it's still there. All my equipment and stuff is safe too. Thank God, thank God. That's true, I know. My excess of emotion almost drove me to leap from my chair and pump a fist into the air. But even that was exhausting, and I stopped myself halfway. So he started to. Even so, I was overjoyed at being able to meet my alter ego again, after thinking he had disappeared forever. Let's see. Now that I was relieved, I started wanting to find out what on earth had happened in the first place. Okay, there you go. It was enough to give me the urge to sue someone for damages. Yeah, sue the Earth's crust for earthquakes. Get right on that. It seemed like an earthquake, but that alone left too many things unexplained. I checked to see if Grimm were in Baselard, but I couldn't find them. I tried going to our usual chat room. My bookmark for it had disappeared, so it took a while to find, but Grimm wasn't there either. What was with him vanishing on me at such a crucial time? How dare other people have lives that might pull them away from a computer when I need them? I had no recourse but to open up Taboo homepage. Over 200 casualties in Shibuya, over 300 injured in Shibuya, magnitude 5 earthquake in the Kanto area. Discovered the abdomen of a male corpse before the man's death, scratch wounds around his what? There's some news headlines with over 200 casualties in Shibuya. Apparently an earthquake had occurred. After all, magnitude 5, the number of casualties was awfully high. They said chances were strong that it would continue to mount even beyond 200. There were also reports that the sky over Shibuya had temporarily turned white, and that a vast mushroom cloud had risen, but no one seemed to be aware of how these were connected to the earthquake. They had pounced on it over that channel as well, with a lot of people posting threads like Shibuya again and Shibuya's over, isn't it? So while stuff is happening in the UG, this is what's happening in the RG, right? That's how it goes. Videos had been uploaded, ones that showed film from the traffic cameras at the pedestrian scramble. This isn't just an earthquake, is it? At the time, I had been attacked by a horrific headache. It wasn't even at the level where you could call it a headache, and it felt as though the inside of my skull were boiling. And even now, 2 hours later, it left a pulsing pain and a limp heaviness behind my body. Maybe you'd end up like that if you got stuck in a microwave. When I thought of it that way, I had the sense that maybe my paranoid delusions about it being an electromagnetic attack. What? Why am I yawning tonight? Set off by Shogun weren't completely mistaken. First of all, they probably were. You keep thinking it's Shogun. It's not Shogun. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Right then, I heard a familiar noise from my PC. It was a sound that rang out whenever someone entered a chat room. Maybe Grim had entered. Reckoning I would ask him for the details, I flicked my eyes towards the chat window. Oh, hello. It's your friend. It's ya boy. An unthinking shriek spilled from my throat when I saw that name. Such impeccable timing. Could it be that he really was peeping in on my thoughts? The hand gripping my mouse quivered. It's your boy, Shogun. I was so terrified that I went rigid, and even the pain in my head flew straight away. But he's already been told straight out that he posted as Shogun. Clearly he was just like, no, you're just working for Shogun, but like, he was straight up told, hey, look at these timestamps. You did this. I have proof. You did this. And he's like, no, Shogun's a different person. Even though I hated merely looking at the word Shogun, I couldn't rip my eyes away from the monitor. I wanted to leave the chat room, but I'd received such a shock that it was as though my body had been cut away from my consciousness, and I couldn't control the mouse. Yeah, I don't really know about the other guy, because they did claim to be Shogun. But he also saw all that in a delusion where there was nobody in Shibuya, so a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. Someone was watching me again. God's gaze. Or rather than anything else resembling God, it might in fact be the gaze Shogun sent down from a satellite's orbit. I want to run away. Run to where? New person in this delusion before? True. True. What about Remy, though? That's somebody who... It's such a weird case, because it's somebody who claims to have known him for years, but he's known for, like, weeks. Now things are really weird with her, yeah. But where to? He'd catch me no matter where I fled in Japan. That was the first thing he said. Long time no see, with the lightness of someone greeting a friend he hadn't come across for a while. But I have absolutely zero recollection of being friendly with him. Known her, not known? Maybe, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of unanswered questions. I was left to chew at my lip and watch the words displayed on the monitor, but if he was gonna, like, yeah, if he's gonna make up somebody, you'd think he'd make up somebody more threatening at Shogun. Like, if he was trying to think of somebody who was gonna, like, part of this great conspiracy taking him down, I'd imagine he'd think of some, like, big, strong dude or something. I don't know. Not some feeble, old-looking guy in a wheelchair. I don't know. But the post by Shogun galvanized me, letting my petrified body move freely again, and I soon groped for my cell phone. It was a little past 3. Classes might still be going on. Even so, surely Remy would do something about it for me. I had to believe this. I picked Remy's cell phone number out of the short list of items recorded in my address book. Save me, Remy. Not save you, Seraton? It's actually going for a real person? Do you hate me?
リミ
Remy,
早く
hurry! Pick up! It hurt to breathe. I couldn't think about anything calmly. Remy wouldn't pick up. Beyond the phone, the monotonous sound of my call to her went on ringing. Character development, yeah? Why now? Don't you always come materialize in front of me whenever I found myself in trouble? Why now of all times? I'll send you a present. Did he feel like sending me another one of those? This time he'd set me up as the real new gen perp for sure. No, I don't want that. I'm not the criminal. I felt like I'd become a fish stranded on land. I wasn't getting enough oxygen. My head went fuzzy. Remy was my last hope. Gripping the phone harder and harder, I concentrated all my attention on the other end of the line, as though praying. It went through. Help me! We were being connected to the voice messaging service. Her voicemail? No. Crushed, I ended the call. I hugged my upper arms. Oh, we get a choice here? Okay. We did have a choice earlier before you got here, Robin, but it was kind of just a fluff scene. Green? Alright. At some point, my body had started trembling. The dreaded Shogun, even more than I thought. Of course I did. He was a serial killer who'd caused 5 incredibly cruel incidents, all while pretending to be disabled. And I was his next mark. I'll be delighted if it pleases you. I've missed that one. Ah, come save me. Oh, she actually opened the door this time. Remy, as though she'd weighed the perfect timing, as though my cry de corps had reached her. Remy had come running to save me from my quandary. She opened the door and bounded in. Turned off my monitor. Problem solved. Remy, save me! Remy took a quick look at my face and surveyed the area. She's like, he's in trouble. From what though? What's threatening him? I don't get it. Then surveyed the area. Awakening to the fact that the PC was the source of my terror, she put on a furious expression and began typing. Shut up, stupid. From now on, you'll keep your hands away from Taku! Exclamation point, 1-1. At times like this, you gotta be harsh. Remy turned back and gave me a kind smile. Say it that way, and you'll be surprised by how fast they pull back. Would it really work like that? Remy could take things nonchalantly because she didn't know much about the net. But putting it harshly would probably just make him angry. To say nothing of the fact that our opponent was Shogun. I held my breath and watched the monitor, and after a little while, Shogun posted another statement. Kill you. Now I'm really curious, did she see that get posted? Shogun-san has left the room. Current members 1. Did she see that? Because if so, that means it was actually posted now. Silence flowed through the room. How could it be? I'm still not sure about her, though. Wrong, because, yeah, that's... There's also no way she could have made it here in the course of one missed call. Like, she straight up did go through the door this time, which is the first time we've seen her actually do that, when she's just showing up when he needed it. She's always there when he needs her. She claims to have known him for more than a year. He has no recollection of it. I don't know. Like, obviously Takumi is a very unreliable narrator. I'd say she's fairly unreliable at this rate too. Like, I was about to be like, oh, if she sees it, maybe it means it's actually happening from somewhere, but I don't know. I don't know if that would really prove anything. How could it be? Like I thought, we'd pissed him off. The tone of his last line was all too clearly different. Aha, whatever, I'm sure he's all talk. He won't come tromping over here in person or anything. More importantly, are you okay, Taku? I'm sorry, you must have been calling me. I was right on my way here, so I couldn't pick up. I got worried about you after the earthquake, and I ran here at top speed. Okay, that kinda checks out. You'd think she has more important things to worry about, but it checks out enough. Crime scene has continued to do so like every scene. Yeah. I'm glad I came. But this one time, I mean, it's still, I'd argue she should have higher priorities for other people, but It checks out enough. The earthquake happened. She was on her way here. Got the call, didn't pick up, opened the door. Actually opened the door for once. Glad I came. Even as I listened to Rimi's voice, I couldn't remove my eyes from the monitor. I couldn't help how the words, "I'll kill you," made my heart churn. This is
私が来たか
awful.
らもう平気だよ
I'm here, so it's
何の
fine.
心配もない
Got
から
nothing to
な
worry
んて
about.
ことしてく
How
れ
could you
たんだよ。
do it?
殺される
He's gonna kill
早く逃
me.
げないと
I have to hurry up and run.
落ち着いて殺されなんてしないよタクの考えすぎ
Calm down. No one's gonna kill you. You're thinking too hard about it. Rimi abruptly fell silent. Eyebrows nodded. She looked up at the ceiling and...
どうしたの
What's wrong?
その目
Whose eyes are those eyes?
誰の目
She murmured softly, then twisted up her face and embraced her head. It suddenly started hurting. Eh? Eh? Her mouth isn't moving. Yeah. Yeah. It hurts like it's gonna split, but she still keeps blinking. I just chalk it up to, saving money on a visual novel, but who knows. Rimi collapsed in place as if she couldn't hold out any longer. She shook her head unwillingly. Why so suddenly? B. I automatically looked up at the ceiling. Far above the ceiling, there might or might not be a satellite. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Kinda checks out. Yeah. Was Shogun attacking? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It's breaking, it's gonna break. Bad times, yeah, bad times for her. Blood poured from Rimi's nose. Her half-moan, half-scream abruptly died out. Her body swayed, rocking. She fell headfirst to the floor.
リミ
All that sounds really bad. Rimi? No reply. She didn't budge. Shogun had killed her. The electromagnetic attack from a satellite had killed her. Such a quiet murder. He'd killed Rimi without the slightest sound, smell, or hint of his presence. The silence made it even more frightening. There was nowhere to run. I dropped to my knees and shook Rimi's shoulders. Hey, get up,
起きて
Rimi.
よリミ
There was nowhere to run in the face of the planet.
僕を置いていかない
Don't
で
leave me
よ
behind. Shogun would attack me from the sky no matter where I tried to run.
こんなの
This
こんな
must,
の
this
こんなの
must,
妄想に
this
決まっ
must be
て
a
る
delusion. I mean, you could go underground. When I turned back, I was still in front of my PC monitor. The statements Rimi had typed in before were gone. As was the "I'll kill you" from Shogun. I looked over my shoulder at the rest of the room, but Rimi's corpse was nowhere to be seen. I was relieved that Rimi hadn't been killed. I was disappointed that Rimi hadn't come for me. Yeah, I'm sure you're the highest priority when the entire town's in a panic. Why hadn't she come? Even though I'm so terrified. Shogun had already departed from the chat. The traces he'd left behind him consisted of only 4 lines. Not wanting to see even those words, I hurriedly got myself out of the chat room now that Shogun had vanished. My trembling still wouldn't stop. Shogun was challenging me. Is it a challenge? They straight up were like, hey, got a present for you. What could be so enjoyable about dogging me? Had Shogun finally resumed his activity, having selected me as his next victim? Or was I the most convenient person for him to pin his
誰
crimes
か
on?
助けて
Why would he be the most...
助けてよ
Like, if he takes a step back to think about any of this, none of it would make sense. Like, why would he harass a stay-at-home otaku? There's no reason for it. Why would he be the easiest person to pin the crimes on? Wouldn't it be a lot easier to pin the crimes on somebody who leaves their house occasionally? It's like, oh yeah, don't get me wrong, like, unreliable narration, good times. Somebody save me, come save me. I gazed desperately at the post-awakening
一
Sierraton.
人は
I'm
怖いんだ
scared of being alone. I didn't want to be alone. I wanted to have someone by my side. I wanted someone to protect me.
そうだ
Right,
学校だ学校へ
school.
行けば
If I go to school, went to school, Rimi would be there. I couldn't endure spending more anxious time here on my own. I took off the threadbare trainers that I wore as house slippers, hastily put on my uniform, and left my base. Going into the cold outdoor air made my headache somewhat milder. A more restless atmosphere than usual hung about the city. Perhaps it was due to the earthquake. Also, it is kind of weird that the only time we really see her show up to help him with interaction of outside objects is in a delusion. Very weird. Sirens rang out unnecessarily far off in the distance. I couldn't tell whether they were from fire trucks or ambulances, most likely both. Yamate Street, 1 block away from where I was walking now, had become incredibly congested. Numerous cars had caused head-on collisions and then been left there in the middle of the road. I didn't see their drivers anywhere. The traffic was the fault of those abandoned cars, and the other drivers all honked on and on as if they were going insane. But yeah, he's like, huh, I am stressed things are going wrong. Let me find a human being, a real person at school, outside. As I stumbled my way towards school, a lone dog caught in front of me, howling as it crossed my path. Turning his head. Oh, absolutely. It's gotta be one of the two. Yeah. I'd think, at least. It was a chihuahua with bloodshot eyes, dragging its leash behind its short body as it sprinted with all its might. It ate its owner. 100% likely. Huge gobs of drool hung from its open mouth. Must have gotten separated from its owner. As I sawed off absent-mindedly, I caught my toe in something and almost fell over. There was a fissure in the asphalt, with one side slightly higher than the other. This must be due to the earthquake. I stopped there and looked up at the sky. A few small clouds floated carefree in the midst of its dim blue. I immediately following the earthquake, it had apparently turned white, as if there was one giant aurora, but I couldn't spot traces of that anywhere. This wasn't the usual Shibuya. I simply couldn't calm down. It wasn't merely because of the earthquake's influence. It wasn't merely because of my migraine. Not only that, a certain urge threatened to rack me. Though I was only walking around, for some reason, I really felt like I might want to kill someone. Oh. Okay. And you're going to school, feeling like that. Okay. By the time I reached the school gates, my anxiety and terror had grown stronger and stronger. I had chills. I wouldn't stop shaking. My headache resurged. When I looked more closely, there were people packed around the seniors building. I tried to spot Remy there. Mysteriously, every single one of them was alike in how they looked up at the top of the school building. Oh. Oh, Taku! Musumi-kun came running up to me. Excellent. I asked him where Remy was. I have a bad feeling. So you were at school today? Nope. No, that doesn't matter now. He spoke with a terrible sobriety, and his expression was pale. One rarely saw him so shaken. What on earth could have happened? It's seriously bad. Bad? What was? She was sick, wasn't she? Looks like she went even crazier when people found out about her mental illness. Oh no. She was saying before that she could fly. Oh man, this is bad. Real bad. Although, I totally want to see someone die. Why? It must be awesomely Goro. Will she hurry up and fall? Such conversations entered my ears from around us. Maybe an unpleasant premonition. Following the other students' gazes, I tentatively looked up at the school building. Yep. At the edge of the roof stood a single girl. She held her D-sword, the same one as from her concert. Didn't we have a vision of her on the roof with us trying to reach her in time and not making it? Didn't we absolutely have that vision? Her pose was that of one lifting a prayer to God to the heavens. Kishimoto Ayase stood there. Shadow, oh, wicked heart lurks within you. Oh, that was the poem she had up on the website. That which cannot be seen. It was apparently one that she didn't end up using for like lyrics or whatever when she made her band. Kishimoto Ayase felt the wind. A chilly wind had begun to carry with it a faint hint of winter. As she entrusted her body to the wind, her expression was very anguished, and drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks. No matter how I try to leave, unending nightmares. The Sume Academy roof was surrounded by a metal fence nearly 2 meters high. Ayase was currently standing on the barely 30-centimeter space that lay outside it. She had already been standing there for over 10 minutes. If she took another step forward, she would fall from the 4-story high school roof. Many students had gathered below. They watched Ayase with bated breath,
やがて
become a sword in the
な
end,
り好みを
and come to slash me apart. People had long since contacted. Wow, I can English today. People had long since contacted the police and emergency medical services, but they hadn't arrived on the spot yet. They're probably a bit busy, due in part to their needing to respond to the earthquake of several hours earlier. Yeah. The teachers darted around to prepare a landing mat in case worse came to
無
worst.
関心という名の立
The shield called apathy. People evade the flames of war. But Ayase herself stretched out her back, standing up straight as if the ruckus below had nothing to do with her. It appeared, in fact, as if she were deliberately attempting to sever anything tying her interest to the world below. Raising her chin to look up at the sky, she closed both eyes. She resembled a shrine maiden praying to the heavens. Perhaps because she had a good sense of balance, her body didn't waver whatsoever in the small wind. Never mind the fact that she was carrying a colossal sword, one approximately as tall as she was in her right hand.
神聖なる戦
My
場の
reborn
敵を
battlefield enemies,
心の無知の
or those with spite in their heart. That sword, her D-sword, was radiating a pale light, blinking painfully on and off, as though synchronizing with its blinking. Agonized sighs fell over Ayase's lips, and a weak, thin whisper came leaking out with
悪
them.
意は
At times, malice possesses its own will, and shows us its
その
form.
姿
Poetry woven by her whisper soon was erased in the wind. Ayase opened her eyes and ran her gaze across the subdued sky that lay over Shibuya's clustered
この世
buildings.
界は悪
This
意の
world
妄
is
想に満ち溢
overflowing
れ
with
ている
malice
みんな
delusions.
他人の不幸を
Everyone
大好き
abhors the unhappiness of
目
others.
を閉じて
Even if I close my eyes, even if I cover my ears, it does no good.
私からずっと
Long ago, they refused to leave my
私の
side.
そばを離れてくれない
As she murmured, she brought her enormous sword up to her chest. She embraced it gently with both arms. Mysteriously, that sharp-looking sword placed not a single wound on her
帰
body.
りたかった
I wanted to return
死が済む
to the other world where the
もう
great
一
will
つそのために
resides. For the sake of it, I cut off my heart. I accepted
本
everything.
の器としての
Dreams as a vessel of chaos.
夢を
Ayase's expression contorted in grief. Quiet tears spilled from her eyes. Those voicelessly wept teardrops danced onto space, borne away by the
だけ
wind.
ど
But
グラジオの
Laudo
街道が
Gladio
活発化している
grows restless in the womb. Though there's no time
見
left.
つからない
I can't find it. I can't
天
find it.
国の扉も
Neither door to heaven, nor wise men, nor hand of guidance, nor 7 forms of
夏の
divine
シュールの
punishment.
騎士の伝説は
It's the legend of the Black Knights true.
もうたくさん
Sung many
集めて
songs.
足りないって
You
言う
mean
な
to tell me it wasn't enough? Oh, great will.
大いなる意
Sis
志
slowly spread her arms out on either side, as though to embrace the sky itself, as though to indicate her existence to a distant and high up god,
私は飛ぶ
winged to fly. The pale pulsing of her sword increased in ferocity. Ayase closed her eyes for a second time. At that moment, a final tear overflowed from the corners of her eyes.
お願い
Since I offer you this vessel of mine, please take my soul away with
連
you.
れて行って
She stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, and with nothing there to hold up her
帰る
body,
べき場所へ
to the place where I must return. As I sensed the chilly wind tenderly stroking her cheek and felt that she had been freed from everything. Well, there goes, like, the most helpful actual person to us. Helpless, all I could do was watch. When Ayase spread her arms out to both sides, she slowly stepped into thin air as though an invisible stairway lay there. Screaming and a general roar overflowed from the spectators at once. Ayase's body lost its support like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and she flew inverted through the air. Everything went into slow motion. Ayase's body plummeted down. Her rate of descent was horribly slow, but she was definitely falling. Dying. She would die. I couldn't save her. It would be impossible to save her falling from that height. Moreover, below her was concrete. Her bones would shatter, her innards would be crushed. Her spinal fluid would come bursting out, and blackish blood would spray every which way. If only a flower bed or something were there. If only it were soft soil, then maybe she would survive? I didn't want to see the moment of anyone's death. I was about to close my eyes. That instant I felt it, tingling at the nape of my neck. I turned around. No one was watching me. Everyone was either facing down or looking up. Whose eyes are those eyes? Sound resounded. Sound of falling. No, sound of landing. It was the first time I'd heard it. That sound was unexpectedly
まさ
soft.
か
No way. Besides me, Musume-kun widened his eyes, stunned. Though his line of sight ought to have been pointing towards the place where Ayase landed, his gaze was filled more with a powerful surprise than with a horror or sorrow. Not only Musume-kun, all of the spectators, wearing expressions of incomprehension, went speechless. She's alive? Alive? Ayase lay fallen. I couldn't tell whether or not her bones had shattered. I couldn't tell whether or not her innards had turned to pulp. Her spinal fluid hadn't come lashing out. Blackish blood hadn't flown everywhere. A frail but certain groan spilled from Ayase's mouth. She was alive. She appeared to have lost consciousness and didn't budge an inch. But she had almost no visible injuries, only minor traces of blood on her forehead. Even though she had fallen from the roof. She lay collapsed there all but unhurt on a flower bed.
花に
Flower bed? Had there been a flower bed there? Okay. Oh, joy.
予定と結果に大きな違いがあったようだが
This music, though. It appears that there was a tremendous difference between our projections and the actual results. We've taken the first step towards evolution.
見けたもの死人が出るなど
Something about, like,
我々は聞いておらんぞ
faceless people doing science stuff. It just gives me big, like, Ava vibes. Big, like, they called. It's been so long since I've actually watched Ava, even though apparently it's done now. I gotta watch 3.0. The Council, I don't remember what they were called. We had no idea there'd be 3 digits worth of fatalities. Was there something wrong with your plan? No, sir.
お二人には
I would very much like you two gentlemen to take a look back at the history of human evolution. There's no objections to the fact that evolution brings with it considerable sacrifices.
死人の
I care nothing for those who died.
重要なのは
The critical part is how it differs from our plans.
想定の範囲内ですよ。私の中ではね。
It's still within range of my internal predictions, at
なら
least.
ばなぜ事前に我々
If so,
へ連絡
why
せん
didn't you
の
make
だ
contact with us
情
beforehand?
報をコントロールするに
Certain
は
preliminary arrangements are needed to control the flow of information.
貴様の推挙のた
We
めに
haven't sacrificed people and money so you can do whatever the hell you want. Don't forget that.
ご安心を。
No worries, sir. As I mentioned before, everything remains within
い
range.
ずれ近いうちに
Sooner or later, there will be no need to suffer through gathering votes or fear prosecution or forceful political canvassing. The day when we transform Japan, no, the whole world, is close at hand.
気を慎め
Be discreet. If our mutiny against the Committee of 300... Oh,
我らに待っているのは
that's a familiar name. Were discovered, only destruction would await us. That's a familiar name indeed. So they're going against the secret society, trying to control the world. Okay. That's apparently not, no. Your duty is to proceed as planned, nothing more and nothing
調
less.
整は我々
We shall be the
が
ones to make
承知
adjustments.
しています。
Quite aware of that, Cuckoo.
それで
Well then, let's hear your report about the second
お
generation.
二人にも満足していただけ
The
る
final results will satisfy both of you. Noah 2 is... I have questions. A second generation Noah 2. I ran from school to the park with all my might, stopping only when my breath ceased coming. My breath stopped. I died. My lungs furiously sought oxygen. As I wheezed, I took a swift look about the park. There were absolutely no human figures around. I didn't catch sight of the personages I dreaded, Shogun and Yua. Relieved, I began collecting my breaths. It was close to evening. The sky gradually transformed from blue to the color of twilight. The usual quietness of this park made the previous uproar at school seem like a lie. That incident had ended in a failed suicide attempt. An ambulance carried Ayase off. I had no way of knowing what happened to her afterwards. After the stir, I gave up on searching for Rumi and ran away here. The spectacle from before was indelibly seared into the back of my brain. Just haven't saved it in a bit. At the time, as Ayase fell, I thought she could never be saved, but she lived. Still don't know the details, but at least she hadn't died. She was breathing. She had a few, if any, outer wounds. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely have died. She was miraculously saved by a flower bed, because she fell atop the soft earth of a flower bed. It's poor flowers, though. That's the real victim here. Imagine being, like, imagined in creation, only to be crushed. It was physically impossible for Ayase to have fallen on a flower bed, because there had not been anything like a flower bed down there. Until the instant before Ayase fell, that place had been the paved asphalt of a parking lot. Several teachers' cars were parked there. Despite that, why in a single second had a flower bed manifested? Had I done it? Even in the midst of being upset over it, I'd envisioned that maybe there was a flower bed beneath her. But just because of that, could a split-second delusion like that actually become reality? I'd wondered if I had some kind of special power, and I'd undergone the similar experience of witnessing Ayase divide in two, but could I do something as amazing as creating a flower bed instantaneously? Man, think of the botany uses of this. Flowers, 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 flowers. Whale, flower pot, Hitchhiker's Guide. Oh man, easily one of the best. Every part of Hitchhiker's Guide is good, but like, yes. That is probably the most like iconic chapter. Like if people only know one thing about Hitchhiker's Guide, or have only read one bit, it's probably that. I bet you there are a ton of people who have read that and don't know it's from Hitchhiker's Guide. Also, if anybody here has never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, do so. Just do so. Just straight up. I need to reread the like subsequent books, but like Hitchhiker's is so good. So good. Even though I didn't possess a D-sword, I've got a big honkin' physical copy of it here somewhere, but I don't remember exactly which like shelf it's in. Furthermore, that flower bed had continued existing even after Ayase fell. When teachers ran up to her as she lay there, they left footprints amid the flowers. The flowers blooming there, I thought they were the same as those planted in the courtyard flower beds. With their stems bent from being trodden on by the ambulance crew? Looks like one big tome. Yeah, it's this big, like, it's when Barnes & Noble around here used to have like collections of books in one big hardcover with like a little cloth bookmark. Oh, man, Hitchhiker's so good. Like, while I haven't read it as much as I have some other books, I think I'd probably call it my favorite book. I think Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is probably my favorite, but I should reread it. It's just, I love Douglas Adams' writing style, and I kind of love the concept of every subsequent book totally just contradicting all prior information in the series. Just like, screw it, whatever, it's fine. And they were probably still in the same place even now. It's not quite the same, but the few books I've read from, I'm gonna blank on his name. The guy who did the Discworld series. I've read like 3 Discworld books, and I should seek out more. It's similar. Douglas Adams, what's his name? Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett has a similar writing style. Not exact, but they overlap in a lot of ways that I enjoy. Terry Pratchett could too. A delusion had become reality and stayed that way. It hadn't ultimately disappeared like Ayase's doppelganger. I think the one I definitely remember reading of his is Soul Music, which is very parody of like bands and music and tours and stuff like that book. Really enjoy that one. And Good Omens, which is him and Neil Gaiman writing together on a book, which is phenomenal. I've yet to see the TV show. They made it into a show with David Tennant, and I love David Tennant, so I need to watch it, but the book's fantastic. And everyone had accepted the flower beds as if its presence there were perfectly normal. None of them had expressed any doubts about it. Could I seriously done that?
おい、
Hey. Eh? A sharp voice called me from behind. Before I had a chance to turn around, a hand stretched out and seized the front of my shirt. Without my having any chance to struggle, I got shoved violently into the playground equipment. I mean, I can't really feel bad for him. Screw this guy. My back slammed powerfully against it, and I moaned in pain.
お前だな。
It was you, wasn't it? I don't know. Green or red. It was us, wasn't it? I'm going to say over that last one because it's basically the same place. Red? Alright. Yeah, it was me. What of it?
あの花壇を作っ
You
た。
created that flower bed. Senna was the one who had used violence against me out of the blue. She grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me up with incredible force. I couldn't breathe. I waved my arms around in vain, but she showed no indication of letting me go. On top of that, her eyes were brimming with a sharp light that might be interpreted as the desire to kill. I went cold, thinking she'd murder me, and frantically shook my
とぼけ
head.
るな。
Don't play dumb. Senna's fierce breathing brushed my cheek, with such rage that it appeared like she would bite at any moment. She clearly has a burning hatred of flowers. You can tell. Why was this girl so violent and so scary? Nope.
なぜ
Let me
こ
go.
は
When I ripped my hand away from hers with all my strength, it coincidentally struck her across the face. Coincidentally. Senna toppled down hard. Yeah, I'm sure an accidental slap from you would floor this strong fight person. Pressing a hand to her cheek, she lost all her former aggression and looked up at me with a little fear in her eyes. Absolutely, yeah, this is how you know this is a delusion. It almost seems as though they were damp with tears. Sadism flared up inside me at this glimpse of a previously unseen fragile Senna. The resentment that had kept building and building within me until now came exploding out all at once, having found an outlet.
僕を
Don't
Nameruna.
underestimate me. Fighting words, words I would normally never have used. I said them to her, and it was great. I felt cleansed.
悪
Sorry,
かっても。
you didn't have to hit me.
ひどい。
Because Senna looked like she was about to cry, I wanted to say even more. Her slender, feeble, and fallen form. The sensuality of her thighs, made more visible than usual by her flipped-up skirt. And her long, dark hair that flowed across the ground. All of them exhilarated me. Yeah, you could absolutely, like, if there was, even without the, like, screen warbliness, it's like, yeah, okay, sure. Did you think I'd just sit back and take it? Sure, I look like a total sissy. It must be easier and more fun to pick on a weak-looking guy like me than some obvious delinquent, right? Don't get ahead of yourself. Even I step up to the plate sometimes, bitch. Don't think I'll always keep quiet about everything. I could no longer stop my rage-driven urges. I wanted to rip this insolent girl to pieces. Straddled the fallen Senna.
何
What are
うる
you?
さい
Shut up! I seized both her wrists, preventing her from moving. She ended up looking up at me from directly below. Until now, she'd always looked down at me. And I was on top. This feeling of superiority made my head ring.
やめろ。
Stop it! Let me go!
離せ。
Her phrasing was typically curt, but her tone had grown noticeably feebler. Rather, wasn't she crying? When you get down to it, even she couldn't compete in strength against me, a man. Okay. If he did this outside of the delusion, he'd already be dead. In fact, maybe that's what happened. He did accidentally slap her, and this is just his final delusion as the blood drains out of his body.
頼む。
Please stop doing this kind of thing. I'm begging you. I couldn't hold back my laughter. I now controlled her. I could do whatever I pleased with her. To think such a magnificent world as this existed. Why hadn't I done so from the start? I wondered what I had been so afraid of. I've been such a fool up until now. I'll take real good care of you. Yeah, good. Snap back to reality where she kills him. Hey, don't ignore me. Senna was gripping my shirt front, pushing me back against the playground equipment. Oh, I forgot to close Steam again, didn't I? Hold on. It's not gonna load up. I closed the window. I don't think it actually closed Steam. Huh? I was somewhat disoriented by the instantaneous reversal of our power
その
relationship.
力のことを誰に教わったん
I'm
だって
asking
聞
you
いている
who
んだ。
taught you about that power? I didn't remember her asking me anything like that. That's because you were having a delusion, you idiot. Was it the reality I'd escaped via my delusion? Maybe? Yes. Though I still didn't understand my situation. Senna shook me violently regardless.
誰からだ
This is the person he thought he'd have a physical superiority over. Who was it?
天
Answer
聖
me.
信仰会とは
Are
関
you
係あるの
connected to the cosmic church of the divine light or not? What is that divine or whatever thing? I reflexively shook my head. I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. I feel faint. I'm gonna die. It's no good. A man who's about to pass out because his shirt got shaken a bit thought he'd have a physical superiority over her. He's about to pass out from being shaken a little bit too much. Oh, he actually passed out. Just as I seemed about to lose consciousness, Senna let me go without warning. I collapsed in place. Honestly, good. If she only knew what he was thinking, she'd already have stabbed him. As I hacked away, I desperately sucked in air. This development, the complete opposite of my previous delusion, made me feel unreasonably pathetic. Good. Good. Was Senna my enemy, as I thought originally? Did she too work for Shogun? Oh my god. If so, I had to escape.
関係ないならいい
If you don't have any relationship with them, that's fine. Sorry. Seeing my bewildered face, Senna clicked her tongue lightly and let out another sigh. She began to leave. It would seem she didn't intend to hurt me. Then, I mustered up my courage and called to her. I thought she'd ignore me, but Senna stopped and turned back to face me. Her expression was still severe, but apparently she meant to listen to me.
力って
When you say power, what do you mean?
何なの
Senna knew something. She referred to the flower bed, saying you created it, didn't you? Everyone on the spot aside from me had acknowledged the flower bed as something that had been there from the start, but Senna was
さっ
different.
きの花壇
Flower bed from
どうなって
before.
お前が
How?
妄想したんだろ
You imagined it, didn't you? Imagined it. I had,
妄想
but
は
it's
現実
possible
に
to
する
turn
ことが
delusions
可
into
能だ
reality. Clearly that seems to be the case, at least in certain circumstances, but like, if that's the case, why isn't his reality like what he has these delusions of? Like, yeah, he clearly has plenty of delusions of things that don't happen. But then why aren't those real if... Oh yeah, no, we absolutely don't want him to have this power, but he clearly does. But it seems to have only happened twice? A flower bed and a scantily clad clone of somebody. Whereas he's had way more delusions than two. The world would be a hellscape, yes. A hellscape ruled by one sole person. Maybe Remy too, yeah.
本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む
Things that aren't real blend into the scenery around us. In other words, it's making people recognize errors as reality.
でも視界に映
If
す
it
だけじゃ
only appears in your sight, then it's only an illusion. Illusions were no more than illusions, and they were false. If that flower bed were an illusion, Ayase wouldn't have lived. Ayase had been saved because the flower bed there wasn't an illusion, but rather the real thing.
世界の仕組みは
Everything about how the world operates can be explained by three numbers. 0, 1,
0と1
-1.
ディソードはその
D
マイナス
swords are a
1を生み出すた
shortcut
め
for
のショー
producing
トカッ
that
トに
-1.
だがお前は
You did it
ディソ
without
ー
a
ド
D
なしでそ
sword.
れをやった
She started saying things that went straight over my head again. No, but what Senna told me wasn't merely a flight of fancy. At least the patent for VR technology turned out to be a fact. Senna really did know
いい
something.
か
Look,
これ以上
don't create any more
エラーを
errors
それがお前のた
for
め
your own
それ
sake.
と
And tell me if you see
他にも
other
エラーを見た
errors.
ら教えろ
Like a girl who can manifest besides me whenever I need her. She one-sidedly threw at me words that could be taken as kind of a threat, and she turned her
目
back on
に見
me.
えるものだけを信じられ
Wonderful it
る
would be if you could believe only that which you see. Senna spat out that parting mutter, and this time she left for good. I have more questions. Just in general. No. The floor of AH General Hospital with psychiatric examining rooms could be found was steeped in silence, unlike every other time he's been here. It was said that the surgical department in the emergency room had been in quite a state since the earthquake, as injured people who had lost consciousness due to seemingly baseless symptoms, were carried in one after the other. But the psychiatric ward had nothing to do with that, and if anything, the patients visiting for diagnoses finished earlier than usual. In a few days, perhaps potential PTSD patients would come pouring in, but for today at least, the psychiatric department had run out of scheduled appointments. The nurse, Hazuki Shino, realized that she had been working here since the previous day's night shift, with hardly a break. Yeah, no, that sounds like work, yep. She was hungry as well, rightfully so. The psychiatric ward had lost one of its doctors the other day. He'd been ruthlessly killed in a New Gen incident, and no substitute had arrived yet, so they were constantly understaffed. But all that remained for today's work were minor miscellaneous tasks, and if she passed them on to the nurse responsible for the next night shift, she could finally take some time off. Patting her cheeks with both hands as though telling herself to keep it up for just a little longer, she was about to swiftly cut through the empty lobby. She sensed a gaze coming from behind her. A prickling sensation on the back of her neck. Gooseflesh rose on her arms with a shiver. She automatically turned around, but all that continued beyond there was the silent corridor. No one was there. Whose eyes are those eyes? Miss Nurse! Yeah. Hazuki jerked at the voice that came flying towards her from a completely different direction. One man stood alone in the lobby she'd convinced herself was empty, as he'd called out to Hazuki when he spotted her. Oh, hey. He was a young man with some childishness remaining in his determined face. His complexion was ruddy, and he certainly didn't appear to be
あ
ill.
なたは
You are...
時間もらっていい
Can I have a bit of your
あ
time?
あ
Sure. She's like, I just want to go home and get some food. He smiled bashfully, then abruptly grabbed Hazuki's arm and began making for the lobby towards the stairs. Upon seeing Hazuki's confusion, the man, Suwa Mamoru, pulled a black ID book out of his breast pocket and held it up a little demurely. It was a police badge. Suwa stopped at a stairway landing and looked around with the appearance of one being doubly careful.
それで
And so,
お
we wanted to
話
discuss.
って
Hazuki, who still had work left to do, looked a bit restless. Oops. Appearing to understand this, Suwa took a single photograph from his pocket without any preamble.
この少年に
You recall seeing this boy before? Picture there was Nishijo Takumi's listless-looking face. Hazuki, who had confidence in her ability to remember faces as part of his work, had already nodded unthinkingly.
四条拓
Nishijo Takumi, it's definitely him?
ええ
Yes,
で
but
も
Hazuki's hesitation was only natural. Even if the person asking were a police officer, there couldn't be anything good about leaking patients' information. But Suwa had been well aware of this when he began speaking to Hazuki. He put on an earnest gaze as he revised his previously light attitude, and lowering his voice, he plunged on ahead.
があるんですけど
Favor to ask
四
you,
条拓の
can I take a secret peek at Nishijo Takumi's file? That's impossible, I can't let you.
とある事件に関わる
It's crucially connected to a certain case. At her wit's end, Hazuki tried to leave the spot immediately, but Suwa circled around and blocked her path.
困ります
This is a real problem for me. I won't cause you any trouble, please. Suwa fell to his knees then and there and began prostrating himself.
やめてください
Please stop, it truly can't be done. For the sake of keeping there from being future victims? What on earth could she do to make him give up? Unable to think of a suitable way to refuse him, Hazuki could only keep on going in circles. So they're definitely on to, like, there's something with him. But, yeah, we don't know what he's doing during the earthquake. He seems okay now. He's alive. We still don't know his theories, but he's alive. I was a little dazed after parting with Senna, but soon I returned to myself and dashed back here. Happily, I didn't encounter either Shogun or Yua. In the end, I'd gone home without meeting Rumi. Because of the commotion over Ayase and the midday earthquake, school must have canceled classes early and sent the other students home. I really wonder when the Shogun messages got typed. Because, unless something changed drastically that we don't know about, he types the Shogun messages. We have confirmation of that. We don't see a timestamp on him here, and the only other person who witnessed him this time was not actually there. It was all in his head. So, like, I wonder when, with all this time with the earthquake and stuff, did he manage to do that? I wonder if he didn't destroy his own computer's hard drive as Shogun during that hour plus time he was out because it had some sort of incriminating evidence on it. Just don't know when Shogun would have time to type that. Maybe before the earthquake, but before the earthquake you'd run the risk of Grimm being there. And if Grimm sees it, he'd be like, what the hell's going on? After the earthquake, clearly people have real world stuff to take care of, but after the earthquake, he did kind of fade in and out, though, but the computer had already been ruined and he was trying to fix it. I don't know. Maybe this was typed at a previous night or something? Yeah, don't know. If I waited a little longer, maybe Remy would come visit me. Until then, I probably had no choice but to endure the fear on my own. To continue averting my eyes from my anxiety, I decided to use my recovered PC to gather info. The little light on my cell phone, which I'd left next to the monitor, was blinking. When I opened it, I had a new email. Thought maybe Remy had contacted me, but something amazing happened at school today. Someone tried to kill herself by jumping off the roof. It freaked me out. I was really scared. I wonder if she's okay. Were you at school when it happened? Oh, and that earthquake was unbelievable, too. It made my head super duper ache. Excuse me. I wonder what it was. Nana Iko Tokomo ni.jp. Yeah, okay. Break the hard drive, then gone there. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Well, the last thing he remembers before the earthquake is getting that phone call. The phone call that played the music and then played the loud sound. But if that's the case, that happened quite a bit before. Oh, we don't know when the earthquake happened. We don't know a time for it. So maybe his thing happened beforehand chronologically, but they showed them in a way that made it seem like they happened together, or maybe they did happen about the same time. We don't know. We, the viewers, or the players, don't often get a timestamp. Which, intentionally, obviously. So she kind of enjoyed being part of the peanut gallery. Congrats to her. I didn't send a reply, of course. On the message in there quick. Maybe it could have happened. I had a go at looking ISA up online, as before. I couldn't connect to Phantasm's original homepage. No online newspapers had reported on her. Well, they must have their hands full with the earthquake that had rocked Shibuya, and they probably couldn't be bothered with the failed suicide attempt of some indie band's vocalist. Oh, absolutely, because it's gonna have to eventually. At the moment, I didn't have any way to find out whether or not ISA was alright. Much more information had been determined with respect to the earthquake since the last time I checked. The number of deaths had risen to 118. Risen? They totally said there was like 200 before. Maybe that was just the news like blowing things out of proportion, but they definitely said like 200 dead. Not 200 injured. They definitely said 200 dead and like 300 injured or something like that, right? Oh, you're right. Casualties isn't the same as deaths. That's fair. That includes hospitalized. Okay, gotcha. To think that the fatalities would exceed 3 digits. No, but no, you're right. They had said casualties, hadn't they? Yeah, no, that's fair. The epicenter was in Shibuya, and surprisingly, the casualties were almost wholly restricted to the Shibuya region. The earthquake had been magnitude 5. There were also articles stating that most of the magnetic devices throughout Shibuya had been damaged. When I consider the fact that there were many other people out there who had suffered through tragedies like mine, frustration surged up in me yet again. It was a tragedy indeed. My precious Moe art collection and my Eroge save data would never come back to me for all eternity. In any case, I couldn't think of it as having been an ordinary earthquake. It was utterly abnormal for there to be 118 deaths. That abnormality, of course, had become a hot topic on the net. Earthquake, magnitude 5 earthquake in Shibuya, multiple fatalities. Sketchy editor. Whose eyes are those eyes cause this earthquake? A plumber. What are you saying? Sea angel breeder. Whose eyes are those eyes? Awesome! Minister of Education. That's it. That's the reason 118 people died in a magnitude 5 earthquake. Lol. Lol. Oops, what did I... Damn it, how carefree of them. I thought back over the moment of the earthquake. At the time, an astonishing impact had struck me. A sensation I'd never tasted before in my life, as though my head were boiling, as though it were exploding. Having to take something like that, it wouldn't be so odd if you died from shock. I watched the news on TV as well as looking online. My PC has a TV tuner attached to it. That's why I don't need a TV in my room. What we currently know is that it has resulted in an unusually large number of victims, 118 fatalities and over 300 injured. Now, it seems we've managed to connect to our crew at the Shibuya Station Plaza. Shimatani-san, what's the situation over there? Magnitude 5 earthquake also took place in Tokyo in 2005. Why, when there were 0 deaths back then, we have over 100 emerged this time around? The number of victims of earthquakes doesn't necessarily correspond to its magnitude. Various factors must be taken into account. I'm still lacking detailed information about the condition of the wounded, taken to hospitals, and about the cause of death for those who passed away. In respect to all magnetic devices broken at the heart of Shibuya, we'd like to refer to the experts. We turn to Hayashibara Taizo of the Geological Industries Laboratory and Ozawa Mikihito of the Geological Survey Foundation's Environmental Center. Hayashibara-san, what could be the reason behind the severe damage to magnetic devices that took place during this earthquake? Before that, what I'd first like you to know is that there is magnetite located about 200 meters below the Shibuya region. That is, a geological strata with large deposits of naturally occurring magnets. In terms of how one would categorize the strata, it's igneous rock, but we call this area Magnetite Valley. A valley of magnets within the earth. As the name implies, it's a considerably large-scale vein of ore, or, as we call it, a dike. And here you see, when you add in a tremendous stimulus like the earthquake that just took place, there's nothing strange about the idea of its influence dealing out fatal damage to magnetic media located on the surface, especially the parts of them devoted to recording data. It's utterly ridiculous. Oh, also, I guess why would Shogun have to wipe his hard drive if this wiped all the hard drives in Shibuya? I guess he'd have no real need to do that if this just straight up wiped everything anyway. It's utterly ridiculous. You have a different opinion, Mr. Ozawa? Yes, it's a fact that a vast dike of magnetite is located under Shibuya. But the prevailing view is that this collection of magnetite, which is so weak you can hardly call them magnets, doesn't possess sufficient power to disrupt magnetic media on the surface. In actuality, magnitude 5 earthquakes have broken out here countless times in the past. Those past examples brought with them nothing resembling the casualties we see now. Therefore, I believe it's only proper to think that the cause must lie elsewhere. You say that, but it's also a fact that the abnormal number of victims this time can't be accounted for by a mere earthquake. So, yeah. It is at least heavily implied that that science organization was behind at least some of this. And then there was that bright flash in the sky. Like, the pieces have been not connected yet at all for me. Like, there's pieces, there's more pieces. There's got to be something connected to them, but damned if I know. Since most people in Shibuya claim to have had headaches, the possibility of it being connected to magnetite is undoubtedly... Do you mean to assert that the likes of a magnetic field could kill 100 people? And now to our commercial break. Yeah. Oh, something, maybe, yeah. That is the name of this chapter that we're on. This is chapter 6, Noah. Ultimately, they don't know anything detailed. You know, for a guy who claims to be like the best at that game, you idle in that one town basically nonstop. We never Like, maybe once he's actually done, like, a thing on Nineheart on camera, but, like, most of the time he's just there. I guess he plays off camera. He's mentioned a few times farming for stuff. They'd completely disregarded how, right after the earthquake, a vast white cloud had risen over Shibuya, as well as the fact that the sky had turned white. Though at first, everyone had made sure to report about it. It creeped me out, the way they acted as if it hadn't happened in the first place. Seen it, Ultimate Raiders, AFK and Limp. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Near off hours entrance to AH General Hospital, there was an area where ambulances could pull up alongside the building and deliver emergency patients. Now, two ambulances were parked there, and the ambulance crew members attempted to carry people who had been wounded in the earthquake into the hospital. A doctor in pale green surgery scrubs and the middle-aged head nurse yelled while instructing them on how to come in. All of us players at AFK 24/7. True, you just move the mouse often enough to not get kicked, and you're good. A number of patients awaited treatment had already sat down in the area around the off-hours entrance, demonstrating that the doctors were having trouble getting to everyone. The patients being born in could be divided into roughly two groups. Those with external wounds had blood flowing from their arms or foreheads, and their faces were screwed up in agony. It was painful to look at them, but their examinations had been postponed. The ones who had been prioritized for admittance were the unconscious patients who had no external wounds whatsoever. This baffling symptom was awfully common among the emergency patients who had been brought here as a result of the earthquake. It was a phenomenon that hadn't been witnessed in previous large earthquakes. Yeah, it's mental shutdowns, or what was it, Shibuya syndrome? And the doctors had yet to determine the reason for their unconsciousness. To be fair, in all technicality, this game predates both of those by a fair amount. By a fair amount. Another ambulance arrived on the scene, blaring its shrill sirens. When the doctors asked about the patient's symptoms, the workers who had descended from the ambulance yelled, "Top priority!" He gave no other explanation. Normally, this would have driven the doctors to complain. In a situation as jumbled as this, if someone said top priority to you without an explanation, it would be ordinary to answer, "Are you making fun of me?" Unexpectedly, however, both the doctor and the head nurse nodded at once. They helped bring the stretcher down from the ambulance. Clearly, totally ripping it off. I'm really curious to see the anime of this after this, because I definitely want to give it a watch, considering it's so well considered to be so bad. I feel like it would be entertaining to watch at least an episode or two of just something so, like, badly adapted. Kishimoto Ayase lay on the stretcher as though sleeping. Unconscious, she groaned faintly. Unconcerned by the hateful stares of the externally wounded patients seated all around, the doctor and the ambulance crew hastened to carry the stretcher inside the hospital. Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways to... Why is she there? There's a lot of ways to screw up an adaptation. And, to be fair, I absolutely acknowledge that taking a game like this, especially an unreliable narrator, long-form visual novel, I get that that is not an easy thing to go, oh, let's make a 12-episode anime out of it. That ain't easy. That ain't easy. A girl watched this unfold from a short distance away. She stood at the hospital's main entrance. Sakihita Rimi bit her lip and furrowed her eyebrows, a strained expression on her face. Yeah, we in character haven't seen her today yet. Kishimoto-san. The adaptations. Yeah, so like, I'm not... It's not like I'd sit back and be like, look at these guys doing a bad adaptation, but I want to see what the attempt is, especially because it's known to be pretty bad, though. Before playing this game, I was like, oh, okay, whatever, they just did a bad adaptation. But now I'm like, oh, I can see how this would be really difficult to adapt to a short-form season anime. The earthquake concerned me, but I was even more preoccupied with thoughts of Shogun. Yeah, that's all you think about. That's it. That's it. Though my migraine had mostly gone away, anxiety continued to dominate my head, and being alone made me grow more and more depressed. I had yet to receive any form of contact from Remy. I tried calling her, but got her voicemail again. Even so, up until now, Remy had invariably come sailing to wherever I was and reassured me, saying, "It'll be okay." Why wouldn't she come for me today? Hadn't she told me she would always stay with me? And to be fair, we still don't even know how far this goes on. Like, we're at this point, but I have no gauge of, like, how close to done. I don't know if there's multiple endings we have to go through. I don't know. I haven't looked it up, and I'm not going to until we hit an ending. Once we hit an ending, I'll be like, okay, cool. Are there others? How do I get them? I ground my teeth and immersed myself in redoing my PC settings to elude my insecurity. I started by fixing my email configuration from the ground up. Since I hadn't touched it since I first tweaked the settings, I didn't remember how I liked to have everything arranged. I had to begin by finding the instructions for my email software and ISP. Before I knew it, I was damp with sweat, again his natural state, though it didn't involve a huge amount of labor. Many times, midway through, I wanted to throw it all away in irritation. Even so, an hour later, 30 minutes of which was spent searching for the manual, I finally restored email service to myself. I immediately checked my mail. You got mail, dummy. Get hooked on lowly arrow co-eds. Spam. My husband cheated on me. Spam. Whose eyes are those eyes? From Nanami. Urgent 20-person quota. Information. Yesterday was fun. You have been presented with an honorary deposit. Sex so great. Your head'll explode. Well, clearly that explains what happened to everybody. Become sex friends with me. Wow, you get so much spam. I'll definitely be able to hear. I finally become able to hear her voice. It was a real relief to listen to her. I felt like it had been all worthwhile. I had 8 new items in my inbox. Pretty much all of them were spam. But mixed in with the spam, there was a mail with a subject line in the center that caught my attention. Whose eyes are those eyes? I groaned without thinking. What was this? Was Nanami pulling my leg? If so, that'd make her the lowest of the low. I'm gonna beat her to death. Wait a sec. Nanami couldn't have emailed me here. She'd never sent me a mail to my PC address in the past. A little earlier even, she mailed my cell phone. I even told her my PC email address in the first place. The convergence of multiple coincidences? Had it just sort of happened? Nanami was quite a common name. Even the phrase, whose eyes are those eyes, was incredibly popular now. You'd see it getting used all over the place. He's on a mailing list, clearly. Well, we all know he goes to the type of sites where they get your email address and send you spam like this. There's nothing weird about it getting used in the title of a spam mail. For the time being, I decided to read the context. Also, hey Ark, welcome to Viperland in the chat, by the way. Pretty big. Did you accidentally click on one of the spam mails? Fun chatting with you earlier. By the way, the sender's name is an alias. My name is Shogun. Eh? Shogun, you mean... Shogun couldn't possibly know my... What if Shogun were recording my thoughts? We also know that Shogun is him. It would be very easy for him to know his own email address. Yeah, Shogun is sending him an email under an alias of Nanami. Whether he knows it's his sister or not, probably does, because, you know... Extracting my email address might be easy as pie for him. It's a lie. Yeah, he's reading the email. He's reading, like, it's still showing this, but he actually was reading the email. Oh, see, there you go. Sender Nanami. Time sent, blank PM, to T. Takumi. Wow, you really made it hard to find your... I had fun chatting with you earlier. By the way, the sender's name is an alias. My name is Shogun. I'm so glad Ayase-san was rescued. I thought perhaps I'd use her as the victim of my next new-gen creation, but suicide is fine too. But how very like you, Takumi-kun, to hit a new high score. You left me in awe. You truly are special. What is this? Now, next up is Nishijo Nanami-chan. It'd be nice to see a dramatic development involving siblings, but thanks to the earthquake, Shibuya is currently in a rather brutal state. It's up to you whether or not you'll be able to reach a conclusion so touching as to send all that flying away. Hasn't it started to become a bit troublesome to set off on quests unarmed? You're a hero, so don't you want to get your hands on a hero's sword? Please look forward to it. As I read the whole message, its intimate tone became conversely terrifying. Yeah, that's the one person's like, gotta help her. He's crazy. Oh god. Let's start the Nanami-chan rescue quest. I'd like you to come to the roof of O-Front at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm planning to get you on TV, so please be sure to look properly heroic. Yes, on a side note, have you accepted my present? When he said things like quest and high score, he almost made it sound like a game.
僕が
I'm not a hero. I'm not Nightheart.
ハルトじゃない。
I mean, but you try to convince yourself you are. I'd get murdered right off the bat. I want to run away. I want to run away. Remy, I had to get Remy to protect me. Why wouldn't she contact me? Had she gotten injured in the earthquake? How dare she get herself hurt when she could be protecting me? But Misumi-kun hadn't said a thing about it when I saw him. I took my phone in hand and looked to see if any calls or messages had arrived from
来
Remy.
てない。
Nothing. Where the heck was she? I better start. My phone email inbox. At the very top was displayed the mail from Nanami that had reached me shortly before. Nanami, was she okay? I reread the message from Shogun one more time from the start. Now, next up is Nishicho Nanami-chan. Let's start the Nanami-chan rescue quest. What did it mean? Now, better try calling Nanami. I opened my phone's address book. There were only 3 recorded numbers. Home, Remy's cell, and Nanami's cell. Every single time we came across each other, Nanami nagged at me to call her. There was no helping it, so this time I'd call her for once. So be good about it and pick up. If you don't, I'll never call you again, okay? I won't let you make excuses like something about you getting hurt and trapped in a place during the earthquake. Excuse me. Yeah, best girl by default. She has no competition. I pulled up Nanami's number and pressed the call button and put the phone to my ear. No response. The calling sound wouldn't start ringing. She's kind of just like neutral. Any other game should just be like, oh, you know, little sister character, cares for her brother, kind of bumbling, you know, whatever. Here it's like, no, everybody else sucks. You win. Straight up by default, you win. That's it. Here, take best girl sash. There, you're done. I knew it tended to take a little time like this when you make calls with a cell phone, but right now that soundless time seemed to last forever, making me horribly irritated.
早くしてよ。
Hurry up!
よし、繋がった。
Yes, I got through. Normal person is a miracle in this game. Huh? Eh? Huh? The sound. What was it? I experimented with taking my cell phone away from my ear. That's not good. An unfamiliar melody resonated through the room. Could it be a phone's ringtone? Whose phone was ringing? Whose phone is those phone? No, it doesn't work. Ah, red or green, though. Red or green. Also, while you choose, I gotta move it up real quick. I swear, my nose is like this to some degree all year round. But when temperature changes, my nose is just like, my time to shine. Thanks. Thanks, body. I love it. Would you stop? Green it is? Alright, cool. In terms of the timing, no matter how I thought about it, I shook my head. I'd never heard Nanami's ringtone, so there was no evidence that this melody belonged to Nanami's phone. Frightened, I put my phone back to my ear one more time. We saw the runes, but it looked steady. Nanami still didn't pick up. Please hurry up and answer. Ah, connected.
ナナミ。
Nanami?
ナナミ。
Nanami, you're
でしょ
Nanami, aren't you?
返
Ah,
事しろよ。
answer me.
今どこ
Where are
で
you
大丈
now?
夫なの
Are you okay? Come on, say something.
ナナ
Hey,
ミ。
Nanami.
実は
Truth is... Huh? Something about this was strange. Like I was hearing Nanami's voice not merely from the phone, but also from close by me.
お前、
Where on earth are
あ
you?
のね、
Um,
上
on top.
上。
On top? I looked up without giving much thought to it. I saw a human figure move atop the bed, wriggling in that narrow space, sending my mountains of piled up Aeroge boxes tumbling. Surely
こ
not.
こに。
Are you there? Ah, you found me. Just as I thought, the one who poked her head out with an apologetic expression on her face was Nanami. Man, if only this was actually the way it was going to go down. Could it be that she'd been hiding? Since when? What do you mean, tee-hee?
それより。
More importantly, did you run into a suspicious guy in a wheelchair? I scrutinized Nanami all over as she descended from the bed, attempting to determine whether there were any
えっ
abnormalities
と
with her.
お
Bro, calm down a little.
聞いてるんだ。
I'm asking you, tell me the answer. Are you really
本当に
alright?
大丈夫なのか。
それって
Talking about
将軍の
Shogun?
まさか。
Can't mean you
あ
met
ったの
him?
か。
Where?
どこで。
What did he
何
do
を
to
され
you?
た。
I grabbed Nanami's shoulders and desperately pressed her for a response. Damn it, Nanami was an impudent little sister, but it'd be my fault if Shogun had turned her into spoiled goods. It's weird that that was his first thought instead of, I'm glad she's alive. It's really, really weird. Shogun had gotten his hands on Nanami as a way of provoking me. Nanami had been caught up in my
ご
mess.
めん。
Sorry. I wept at how pathetic I was. That's it. That's the game. That's it. Yeah, no, sorry. That actually could explain him better if it was I wept and sweat at how pathetic I was. Then it would be like, that's it. That's the thing. I'd caused trouble not merely for myself, but also for those around me. A harmless otaku, my ass. I was scum. I was garbage as a human being, not to mention as a brother. He's right, all around.
お兄
Bro, are you crying? Could it be that you were worried about me? I'm sorry, I'm to blame.
泣かないで
Don't
よ
cry. Well, gee.
困ったじ
The truth is, that email from Shogun was a joke from me. I somehow got your email address. This isn't a delusion, and I sent you something knowing the details of stuff you'd also talked about before. I'm just messing with you.
は
She looks at you. I was Shogun the whole time. Didn't understand what Nanami was saying. I became dazed.
つまり
Basically,
将軍
Shogun.
って何だったの最初からずっと
Shogun was me from the start. I just wanted you to pay more attention to me as a sister. Basically, Shogun was me from the start. You spent so little time with me, I thought I'd tease you a bit. I just kind of ended up doing
だ
it.
からね
That's why no one's done anything bad to me, and I'm totally bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
お兄が泣くことなんて
There's
ない
nothing to
よ
cry over, you get it?
お前。
You... I was relieved. Even his knowledge of her deception made me think how ridiculous. Don't fuck around with me. Being reassured... What? Even as knowledge of her deception made me think how ridiculous. Don't fuck around with me. Being reassured made even bigger tears come spilling out of me. Sure, we'll just go with it. Get pranked, yeah, clearly. Don't screw with my head.
ごめん
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry,
差し入
bro.
れ持ってきたか
I
ら
brought you a treat to let me off easy. Yeah, Shogun did say they had a present. Holding up a hand in supplication as she apologized to me, Nanami cheerfully brought a paperboard box out from where it had been hiding in the corner of the room. Inside were 4 little cakes, 2 Mont Blancs and 2
どう
cheesecakes.
美味しそうでしょ
Yeah, this is also a fan translation. It's worth
ママの
reminding.
手作りだもん
There are definitely bits that are a little like odd, but this is a fan translation. This game has never been officially translated. I did legally buy the game in Japanese and just applied the fan translation patch. But it is impossible to buy this game in English. It only exists in Japanese. This is considered the best fan translation patch, but it is still a fan translation patch, and no, even official translations are rarely perfect. Fan translations are going to have errors. It just happens. It's definitely going to be some sentence structure that's a little off. It's just because it's a fan translation. But I want to play this game. It's the first of the SciDB games, and I don't know Japanese, so this is the way we do it. How do they look? Tasty, right? Well, of course they do, since I made them myself, because I made them for you.
一緒に食べよ
Come on, let's eat together. So as long as the overarching idea is getting across, we're fine. There might be minor little grammatical things, but like that just happens. Nanami set the box on top of my computer desk and put 2 cakes each on 2 paper plates, which he had prepared somehow or other.
うねえお兄
Hey bro, thanks for worrying
すご
about
く
me.
嬉しかった
I was super happy. Even you have some good points.
泣いちゃったのは
Although it's a little lame that you cried. For a long time, yeah. Shut up, you little liar. My pride had gone to tatters from how I had been totally fooled and had shed tears to boot. What an idiot I was.
でも
Man, you know, this would actually be kind of a neutral ending, but this doesn't really explain any of the Nougat Gen stuff that was happening. But
お兄が
I'm glad you're my
ママの
brother.
家でよかった
She smiled at me merrily. A scene that was just a wee bit more peaceful than usual. How nice it would have been if this were the scene that came next. Yup. Yeah. It amounted to no more than a convenient delusion of mine. Even now, Nanami still hadn't answered the phone, and somebody's ringtone kept reverberating through the room. An airheaded melody that stood in stark contrast to my psychological state. My mood verged on despair. This had to signify that Nanami's cell phone was in my room. I couldn't think of any other alternatives. I could no longer avert my eyes from reality. But didn't he also recently receive a mail from her phone? Recently, like today. P.S. Have you accepted my present? It was a lie. It was a categorical lie. No matter what, it was simply too ridiculous. I lowered the hand holding my phone at a snail's pace. I couldn't do so much as blink. My throat was achingly dry. Even so, I sought out the sound's origin. This time, I slowly moved my eyes across each of the items strewn around in this room. I savagely detested myself for having never attempted to tidy up my room. If I kept it organized, I'd soon have known where I was hearing it from. Where the hell was the sound coming from? Ah, yeah, maybe that box, the present box. This box! I heard the melody from inside it. It's about the size of 2 Aerogate boxes lined up next to one another. That's his size of scale. There's definitely going to be more than just the cell phone in that box, right? She emailed him today. She definitely emailed him today on her phone. I thought it was a box from an online purchase, but there was no flyer or anything to go with it, nor was there an invoice mentioning the sender. But it was firmly sealed with packing tape. Had there always been a box this large sitting over here? Had it fallen off my bed in the earthquake?
Yeah.
The size of it, oh yeah, you know. No. I'd never seen this box before to begin with. If it were something I'd ordered, I'd have opened it as soon as it arrived. If it were an auction item, I'd have sent it off as soon as I taped it closed. It occurred to me that perhaps Nanami had brought something for me in it, but I had no recollection of her carrying a present over in a cardboard box like this. In short, during the span of the hour when I'd gone to school, someone had come here. Send you a present. I'll be delighted if it pleases you. The pulse in my chest grew violent. I hastily double-checked the padlock on the door. A chill ran down my back. Earlier, when I staggered out of my base, I couldn't remember having locked the door behind me. Which was natural enough, because at the time I'd been tormented by a stabbing migraine and my consciousness was hazy. When I returned from school an hour later, the door had been unlocked. Anyone would have been free to enter. So, if we run on the assumption that he continues to be Shogun, that may be a false assumption, it's going to run with it for now. When could he have gotten this phone? There could be an amount of time between him getting the initial phone call and the earthquake happening. But she messaged him after the earthquake. She specifically was like, she messaged him not only after the earthquake, after the suicide attempt. On his walk home? Maybe he met up with her sometime. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know how he could have done this. And even if it's not him, even if Shogun is a separate entity, which I still don't know if I agree with, but whatever, go with that plan, or go with that train of thought, somebody would have had to have done something to her between him leaving the school and him getting here. We don't know if he meandered, to be fair. We don't really know at all. Oh no, he went to the park. I lied. He went to the park and was held up there for a bit. So sometime between, they could have forged a text to him. True. It seemed really in character for her, but you're right. It could still be forged. Making something sound cutesy isn't a super difficult thing if you're trying to. I forgot he stopped at the park. So I guess there could have been some time. Did Shogun come here? I looked at the box again. The melody continued ringing. Nanami's cell phone was inside it. I gingerly picked up that cardboard box. Heavy. Uh-oh. Far too heavy for me to think a cell phone was the one thing inside it. I don't like this. Going by what it felt like, it was about the same as a 50 milliliter juice container. I don't know metric off the top of my head, so 50 milliliters like a... I think it's like a soda bottle, right? Or 500. Yeah, 500 milliliters standard 16.9 fluid ounce soda bottle. It's this. I hesitated to open it. I had an incredibly bad feeling.
こんなの
I
開きたく
don't
ない
want to
よ
open something like this. But I couldn't come up with any way to deal with it other than opening it. Besides, I was worried about Nanami. She was an impudent little sister, but she was my little sister all the same. Nanami's cell phone was inside here. Or to put it differently, someone had taken Nanami's cell phone away from her. Let's start the Nanami-chan rescue quest, so Shogun had written in his email. I looked at the clock. It was 7:30. Another hour and a half left until the designated time. Nanami might be in danger. I had no choice but to open it. My pulse wouldn't slow. Sweat poured heavily from my forehead. I wiped that sweat with the back of my hand and, groaning, began peeling off the packing tape stuck onto the box.
やだ
No, 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 no. Muttering to myself as though praying, I opened the top flaps.
やだ
Inside was a lump wrapped in aluminum foil. Styrofoam pellets were neatly stuffed in there alongside it. I peeked in timidly, but I couldn't spot a phone. I heard the melody from inside the lump of aluminum foil. Maybe it won't be that bad. Sweat entered my eyes, making them sting. My whole body had gotten soaked in sweat without me knowing it. I'd had enough. Why was I the only one who had to end up like this? Yes, why are you the only one suffering here? Cool, whatever. I was on the verge of voicing my gripes, please don't. I sought words of deliverance from Sierra-tan, but she wouldn't say anything to me. A whole range of delusions were swirling around in my head, on the brink of exploding, to the point that I couldn't have imaginary conversations with Sierra-tan. The heightening of my emotions made my nerve endings seem about to burn apart, but the cell phone's carefree melody mercilessly urged me on. I'm opening it. Bracing myself, I pinched the edges of the aluminum foil on my fingers. Closed my eyes, held my breath. Ripped all the aluminum foil off at once. I heard the melody more clearly now. I was afraid to open my eyes. Yeah, to be fair, I understand that feeling right about now. Strove to collect my breathing, but it didn't go well at all. It would be okay, it was fine, there wasn't anything bad there. It was probably a prank by Nanami anyway. I doubt Nanami would come in the room sooner or later. Or no doubt Nanami would come in the room sooner or later, saying, "Yay, I got you," with a smile. Yeah, that had to be it. Couldn't consider anything else. If so, I'd scold her with all my might, and I'd never listen to a thing she said again. Right, tell me that's how it is, Nanami. I couldn't stand to close my eyes and keep on gazing at darkness any longer. Being unable to see it had the opposite effect of making me envision only awful delusions. Yeah, no, I feel you there. Which is why I softly opened my eyelids. I saw it. Oh. What lay there was a hand. A slender, cleanly severed hand. It held the same cell phone model as mine. On its wrist, it wore...
へえ、かわいいバングル
Yeah,
じゃん
it's a cute bangle.
じゃあさ、
Then I'll
これ
take
から
it.
ちょうだい
Hey, bro, what do you think? Does it look good on me? A bangle whose yellow leather band gone scarlet. Well timed, 7th. That went perfect with the screen cutout. Well timed.
ここからは少し専門的な話になりますが
What I'm about to discuss is somewhat specialized.
君は元医師だ
You're a former doctor. I'd be grateful if you would explain it in a simple and easy to understand manner, as if you were speaking with a
努
patient.
力しましょう
I'll do my best. Now then, there are hundreds of millions of cells in the human brain. They send out the delicate threads of nerve endings, which makes it look as if they're clasping each other's hands.
しかし実際には
Wait, is the brain actually lewd because it's hand-holding? In actuality, however, there is a very minute space between the hands of the individual nerves. Yes, the synapses, right? When information in the form of electrical signals is transmitted through a neuron, microscopic particles of dopamine come flying out of the palm of the neuron's hand. The palm of the neuron on the other side catches these particles, which again stimulate the conversion of information into electrical signals, which in turn continues passing through neighboring brain cells. To put it simply, the brain is formed through the repetition of this process. Yeah, no, that checks out. By intervening in it, the second generation NOAA 2, developed by our company, makes it possible to show people artificial images. Something like a hologram, or also hallucination. It's closer to hallucination, but the clear difference between them is that our artificial images have a definite weight to them, a sense of presence. Human eyes, that which we call the sense of sight, is truly most fascinating. With a single eye, the field of sight extends from about 60 degrees by one's nose to about 100 degrees by one's ear. Wow, I can't... With both eyes, the overlapping field of sight reaches 120 degrees, spreading out to 180 to 200 if we include peripheral vision. On the other hand, as I explained previously, dead spots also exist there. Remember, we don't use 10%. Yeah, of course. The sense of sight is more deeply connected to the brain than any other. Approximately 80% of the brain is used for processing information from the optical nerve. The Committee of 300 is also paying close attention to these facts. Much is still unknown about the human sense of sight. Even if you counted only those treating it as the main theme of their research, the full number around the world would reach 1,000. Several years ago, America enacted a governmental order called Strengthening and Protections Against Classified Human Research. Yeah, that one we knew about in-game. Was it the result of pressure from the committee? Not pressure, it's a form of selection. The Committee of 300 doesn't welcome the prospect of some researcher they don't know, hide nor hair of, setting foot in this field of study. Naturally, other nations throughout the world, like America, have handed down similar orders. Our country is quite free in comparison. Excuse me. As it doesn't impede people like me. Don't get the wrong idea. Why do you think we're here? You've already been selected. That's precisely why, more than anything, we expect successful results from you. Results sufficient to steal a march on the Committee of 300, you mean? I'm telling you not to say anything rash. As of yet, we must not allow anyone to awaken to the nature of our true aims. Not even the committee. I beg your pardon. Continue your explanation. The artificial images produced by NOAA 2 are converted to neural pulses and irradiate the subject in the form of electromagnetic waves. They pass through the exposed subject's skin and cranium and are caught directly by dopamine receptors, the palms of the hand I mentioned earlier. And as the final part of the process, the images are pushed into the subject's dead spots. People in areas with high GE rates pick up on our electrical image pulse signals in the air with particular sensitivity. The disconcerted brain deems these artificial images to be reality. This is the mechanism by which we create something out of the nothingness in human vision. It seems that if you have NOAA 2, it would be easy to pull off a feat such as making it so people saw your campaign posters wherever in the city they looked. However, the one condition is that their biorhythms must be in a heightened state. Guiding the will via hallucinations, it's the same as the silent weapon system. As long as we meet that condition, we can redraw the subject's perceived world at will. Does its power rival that of gigalomantics? Precisely. It would be safe to call NOAA 2 a mechanical gigalomantic. I don't know what a gigalomantic is. If it begins to operate at the values our theory suggests, it will manifest a power equivalent to gigalomantics. No. In the near future, it will be even greater. Did they cover that, or is that just something they're tossing around now? But what are you doing about its range of effect? Do you send out electromagnetic waves? Then it's going to be lacking the general use department. We don't wish to perform indiscriminate brainwashing. It's meaningless if we can't select the target. No need to worry. I've prepared a variable for just that purpose. Please take a look at the monitor. Who are these ruffians?
我が社で
Our
は
company calls them
言い
porters.
換えれば
Put it another way, one could perhaps describe them as mind control corps. Oh, it's the guys with the backpacks. We saw one of them. It's a new thing. Okay,
彼
cool.
らが背負っているリュックの
Inside the
中には
rucksacks they wear are ports designed to act as transceivers for the pulses from NOAA 2.
ポートは信号を
Receiving
受け取る
signals, these
リモート
ports allow us to
周囲へ
broadcast them
放出
remotely. A portable terminal. That all but eliminates the effective range restriction.
限定的使用
It
も
also
問題ない
removes the problems involved in attempting to use it in a limited
状
fashion.
況は理解した。貴様は引き続き
Comprehend the present situation. Continue to proceed as planned. But I request that you also go on acting in such a way as to avoid discovery by the Committee of
あとは
300.
何人犠牲を出そうと
I
構
care
わん
not how many victims
ご理
emerge.
解いただきありがとう
Thank you for your
ございます
understanding.
それでは
Well then, I'd like to request that you help provide me with suitable people to use as
手配
porters.
しよう
We'll make the necessary
それと引
arrangements.
き続き
Also, I would be grateful if you gentlemen continued maintaining your control over the media. Ah, which is why the media didn't talk about the white flash or the cloud. Okay. Everything is for the sake of our long-sought ideals. Ooh. Alright. It still sounds like...
タッキ
It
ー
still sounds like what they're doing isn't quite as powerful. Like, it's still really, really powerful and scary and stuff, but like... I don't get how they killed 100 people. I don't get how it connects to the earthquake. Sounds like what they're doing is just straight up like... basically propaganda. Effectively propaganda. Which is, again, big, scary, making people see things. But it doesn't sound like it's in anywhere near to the extent of, like, making hallucinations become real, or even making people hallucinate things beyond, like... It sounds like they can only manipulate that blind spot we talked about earlier, which is still there. It's still something you can do, but, like, that's not like somebody stares at something and they see something entirely different from what's there. That's more peripheral, kind of. Oh, Zeraton. The mental shutdown's by mistake? Maybe. Maybe they haven't, like, tuned it strength-wise enough or something? I don't know. Lucky.
ねえタッキー
These sword stuff seems different. Yeah, but it must be related. What's her name? Specified that if you can break the world down into digital information like zeros and ones, the D-Sword is a shortcut to a negative one. Yeah. Hey, Taki, you can hear me, righto? Yeah, I can hear you, Sierra-tan.
あのさ
Look, let's put an end to this game. Game?
ナナミチは
I
さっき
know that
大事な
Nana
ことだって
Michi is your precious little sister, but I'm sure it's already too late.
そんなこと
Can't be.
そんなことない
Can't be. Come on, if you got your arm cut off, normally you'd die from losing too much blood. Things might be different if we were in a game, but... Why? Why not
も
me?
うさ
You know, it's gotta be game over by now. I'm positive of it.
ゲームをやめない
If you don't give up the game fast, a lot more people are gonna die. But, Seraton, even you battle bad guys.
タッ
That's cause
クアニメだもん
I'm from an anime. Okay. I jammed my Seraton figure into my uniform's inner pocket. Very strange thing to do.
助けなきゃ
To save her,
僕が
I'd taken Seraton with me as a protective charm. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never ever carry a figure around with me. If nothing else, there was the danger to get damaged. As an otaku, breaking one of my darling wives was my #1 taboo. But I could no longer afford to maintain that policy of mine. For now, I wanted moral support. I might not even be alive tomorrow, but... I took one last peek down at Seraton, whose face stuck out from the inside of my pocket. Doing so, I somehow succeeded in fighting back my seeping tears. Somebody collided with me from behind, and I staggered. When I looked over, a thuggish man was giving me a disagreeable stare, but he didn't complain to me and soon disappeared into the crowd. I surveyed the area. Yeah, hope she's okay. The Shibuya Scramble Crossing. There was a vast crowd of people, one that made it hard to think it was 9 p.m. on a weekday night, not to mention a day with an earthquake with over 100 fatalities had taken place. I felt like I would suffocate just from waiting for the light to change. Front, back, right, left, people were everywhere. And all of them were raising their voices as one great mass, as if they were cheering in teams at a soccer match. I don't know why, but apparently the mass media was flooding in as well. People carrying huge cameras crowded into the street, stopping the flow of cars. The photography lights lit up here and there were overbright. People resembling reporters faced the cameras and spoke heatedly about something or other. A number of police officers were observing the passers-by and the media crews who jutted out into the road, but it wasn't the kind of situation they could really easily rein in. More or less turning into a pedestrian utopia. Are they holding some kind of event on a day like this? At a time like this? How inappropriate, considering that 100+ people had died. Wouldn't they consider taking things more seriously? On top of that, the media had joined them in their uproar. Man, Japan was done with. Not that it mattered much to me.
助けなきゃ
Gotta save her. I have to save
僕
her.
が
O
助けなきゃ
Front. The building designated by Shogun was located right by the pedestrian scramble. Tetsuya, Sutaba, and other stores could be found in it. I hadn't truly meant to come alone, but I hadn't been able to get into contact with Remy. Since it was possible that the police still wrongly thought of me as being the new gen perp, I couldn't report it to them either. While I thought about doing such things, the time Shogun had set kept approaching, and worry for Nanami started to drive me up the wall, and so I couldn't stop myself from coming here, Sierra-tan in hand. Cutting my way through the sea of people, I managed to get inside O-Front, but its interior, too, was quite packed. I didn't even have the room to get fed up with this. Nothing but trouble, clearly. The only thing my head had been filled with were prayers for Nanami's well-being. I took the escalator to the upper floors. I could look down on the scramble crossing through the Sutaba's windows. There was an astonishing number of people there, after all. I feel like the scramble crossing is kind of like Times Square. There's shops around, it's a place where a ton of people go, it's just busy, there's always people. But yeah, no, I feel like that's a close enough approximation. It's probably not one-to-one by any stretch, but furthermore, all of them were waving or bobbing up, making little jumps, and countless black heads undulated. Hold on, it was clearly brighter here than when I'd been down there. It's enough to make me wonder if all the spotlights were aimed in my direction. Each time the escalator carried me to a higher floor, my heartbeat grew more ferocious. When I took out my cell phone to see the time, it was a minute past the promised time of 9 p.m. Oh, you're late. If Shogun got pissed off by this and killed Nanami... Wow, imagine if you spent so much time deliberating whether to go or not, or how to do it, that you just missed the time. Yeah. The thought of it made me go cold, and I sprinted my way up the escalator, pushing aside the customers ahead of me. Way to draw no attention to yourself. Midway through, I switched to an elevator and took it to the highest floor. Didn't know how to climb to the roof from there, but as I wandered around, careful not to catch anyone's attention, I soon found a back staircase. I succeeded in reaching the roof at once without receiving anyone's censor. The wind was strong up on the roof, a terribly lukewarm wind, given that it was nearing the end of October. I soon realized it wasn't a natural wind, but rather air expelled by the outdoor portion of the air conditioning systems. Food and take over its TV screens also. Oh yeah, all the time, clearly. I closed my front buttons to prevent Sierra-tan from coming flying out. Thanks, dummy. You're very
どう
welcome.
いたしまして
I was a little relieved to hear Sierra-tan's voice in my head. If Sierra-tan were here with me, I wouldn't be scared. I desperately attempted to convince myself of it. Even so, it was dark. The only illumination came from the back of the neon O-Front sign. In contrast, the neon of the surrounding buildings was too bright, making it hard to see. Even if someone were hiding in the shadows, I had a feeling I definitely wouldn't spy them out.
遅かったね
You're late. When someone called to me out of the blue, my heartbeat, which had just started to slow down a little, began banging again. I looked around, but it was too dim to tell where they had spoken from. I heard a sound, a creaking sound, one I had heard numerous times before. No, I guess two. This time, I deliberately focused my gaze on the other side of the darkness. There, I found the shining, albeit backlit, wheels of his wheelchair. Shogun.
ようこそ
Welcome, Takumi-kun. He voiced my name in a friendly way. The uncanniness of it made me have goosebumps. I didn't want to talk to Shogun. He frightened me. I wanted to run away from here immediately.
逃げちゃおうよ
Ah, I'm assuming that. Ah, thank you. That was a new one. That was a new link. I'll have to... I wonder if it's a different bot or if it's just one person being a thing. But thank you, Norman. Nothing like somebody showing up in chat and just dropping that out of nowhere. Yeah, just a straight link. Not even like a hey. Yeah. Whatever. Shall we run then? At this rate, you're gonna get killed. I'm gonna not worry about it for right now, but if we get another one of those, I'll get the actual link and I'll just add it to the band word list and we'll be okay. At this rate, you're gonna get killed, Taki. But Nanami, you're incredibly brave. You came here alone, just as you should. Let me thank you for that. Hey, this Shogun was strange. He differed somehow from when we met before. Right, his voice was weird. That voice. A voice is no more than vibrations in the air. How it sounds to you depends on the conditions in place. Is anymore? Yeah, no, just straight link. Isn't it so? What was going on? His voice kept transforming. Was he using a machine or something? Did he want to conceal his identity by hiding his voice? But why now? So there's certain websites. I mean, I can just add them to like the banned word list. That's what I've been doing for the previous ones. All those old bots that used to come by and be like, oh, hey, streamers, click this link. They all use the same website, so I just added that to the block list. And you've noticed, we haven't seen many of those. Besides, I didn't understand what he was saying. He's trying to confuse you. You mustn't let down your guard. You mustn't believe anyone's words. Yeah, the plastic figurine in my pocket's right about this. The things Sierra-tan tells me are always, always the most correct. That's a lie. He told you to abandon your sister, to not even go. It's not worth it. That's a lie. I clenched Sierra-tan's body through my clothes. But where is Nanami? It seemed like fear would make my heart leap from my mouth. Even so, I frantically forced my voice out. I thought scenes like this occurred only on TV or in games. Is Nanami already dead? No. Yes, he cut her hand off, remember? Even if she's alive, she'll die from blood loss soon, so there's no big difference. Tears fell. Nanami's sulky face rose at the back of my mind. She'd been insolent. Frankly, she'd been a pain. Despite that, I was so grief-stricken. Is that enough that tears could come out? Nanami is my little sister, my beloved. Why did you kill her? It's so cruel. Do you think she's dead? The hand I sent to your house might belong to someone else, you know? I mean, even if the cell phone and the bracelet are hers, the hand itself could be someone else's. Nanami is alive? I'm telling you, you mustn't believe him. Listen to this voice, not that voice. If you do a nice job of clearing this quest, I'll give Nanami-chan back to you. The living Nanami-chan. Quest Shogun. Use that word again. Did you want me to get into it like I was playing a game? But in reality, I'm no hero. If you can't clear it though, Nanami-chan won't come home. His voice abruptly went as cold as a blade. It was pathetic of me to cower in fear of an old man, but he was abnormal after all. He was the true new-gen criminal. But I'd like you to see things through in a way that doesn't disappoint me. I'm sure you can do it. Why me? It doesn't have to be someone like me. It shouldn't have to be me. It has to be you. But why? Because you've been chosen. I'm chosen? Don't get the wrong idea, Taki. When he says chosen, he means you've been chosen as his next victim. Recalling the wretched fate of the victims and the sequences of new-gen incidents, I shivered. You remember what happened this afternoon, of course. No, I totally forgot. Totally forgot about the phone call, the white light, the mushroom cloud, the headaches, tons of people dead, the earthquake. Well, it's been a normal day. You saved Kishimoto Ayase at school. Oh, well, that, too. Shogun had mentioned the ruckus about Ayase's failed suicide attempt in his email. He must have been watching the hubbub from somewhere. He must have. Or else he was the culprit, and he'd used mind control to make her commit suicide. Seems super likely. Thanks to that flower bed, Kishimoto Ayase made it out with her life, no? Shogun knew about the power I was supposed to possess. At the time, no one on the spot had wondered about the flower bed. Only Senna had recognized it for what it was, and Senna had said this to me. You imagined it, didn't you? Taki, reject everything Shogun says with all your strength. Let's see. Maybe Shogun dodged at me? Or dogged at me? Maybe Shogun was trying to kill me. Because I possessed that power or whatnot? If I claimed I didn't have any power, he might let me slip away. I don't have any power like that. Power? What do you mean power? I don't remember saying a single word about it. Crap. You don't have any sort of power, Taki. You're an otaku creep. You don't have any of the sort of stuff that heroes are made of. You're a harmless wannabe hikikomori who does nothing but bab to me, righto? I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. That's right. I can't believe that's something that would make him go, yeah, there's who I am. It was self-centered and juvenile to think I had a unique ability. Senna and Ayase told me all kinds of things, and I totally began to buy into it. But for starters, they were obviously kind of mental. Yes, clearly it's them. Every time he calls someone else mental, it's just like, I'd have to be off my rocker to unquestioningly swallow the words of a mental patient. You're listening to the imagined voice of a plastic figurine in your pocket. Just saying. Just saying. Even Remy had said, isn't that itself a delusion? Won't you explain it to me in more detail about that flower bed? Do you have proof that I did it? Making a flower bed materialize out of nowhere. There's no way I could. No, the flower bed materialized out of nowhere. Everyone else said the flower bed had been there from the start. You alone said the flower bed hadn't been there at first. You acknowledged it yourself. I might have dug my own grave again. More importantly, who the hell was Shogun? When he implied that the other students and teachers had said so, it couldn't mean he had spoken to them himself, could it? I don't have any power. Even if I do... Sorry, now I'm just paranoid about it. I feel like there's something on my leg. I'm like, I don't have any power. Even if I do, I don't know how I did it. But you were able to use it. Your delusions became reality. Don't let him mislead you. Taki, do you really think you've got some kind of gift? It's something straight from the world of anime. You're in reality, you know? Can you prove that thing about the flower bed and Ayaseki dividing in two were real? Impossible, righto? Did you touch Ayaseki after she divided? I hadn't touched her. It might have just been an illusion. Back then, the police and Yuichi were chasing you, and you were losing your head. And what about the flower bed? The same thing. The flower bed was there from the start. When you went there looking for Rimichi, your head hurt so bad you were dizzy. You clearly confirmed that a flower bed was there. By the time Aichi fell, didn't you? The fact that not a single person had any doubts about the flower bed's materialization means if you turn it on its head, they didn't find it suspicious because it was there from the start, righto? It's just that you were mistaken. I feel like, in general, it's only one thing I can recall Sierra-tan telling him, and I was like, no, I agree with that. And it was earlier when he was getting the phone call with the tone in it. He was like, turn it off. Turn off the phone. Turn off your phone. Turn off your phone. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna listen to this. That's the only time I can remember being like, oh yeah, no, she's right. Every other time it's like, she's telling you the wrong things, dude. Like, very clearly telling you things that are actively making your life worse. I mean, besides the fact he's hallucinating all of it too, but you know, you mustn't let his words mislead you. Okay, and also the way she described him just a few minutes ago, that was accurate. That was spot on. The flower bed was there from the start. He did what Sierra-tan had said. I made myself think that it wasn't there at first, but I remembered wrong. It was a delusion in my mind. After all, everyone said the flower bed had been there, didn't they? It wasn't some power or anything incomprehensible like that. I just assumed wrong, that's all. No, you possess the gift, don't you? I don't want to die. don't you?
わからない。
Don't know. Don't kill me. You ought to be more aware of your own genius level power. That latent ability of yours is beyond amazing. You could even change the world. I want to go home. I want to go shut myself up in my base and marathon ESO endlessly. I want to look at Seroton figures until I can't stop grinning. I want to keep watching Baruchu over and over, even though that was all I desired. Nucky, hurry up and run away. I'll always be with you. I'm your only ally. So let's go home. Cut your ties to the third dimension and live on doing only fun things. Something wants them to keep things exactly how they've always been. Yeah, pretty much. Now let's leave the prologue at that. It's about time to start your quest. First, I'd like you to go to a place from which you have a clear view of the scramble crossing below. We gotta escape. At this rate, he really will kill you. Didn't you hear me? Move to a position where you can look down at the scramble crossing. His tone was soft, but his voice had an incredibly chilly quality to it. Voice so fine-tuned that it seemed to take the energy I needed to resist him and rip it up by the roots.
何を
Water. My legs trembled and I couldn't walk. I hugged myself. I'd even lost the ability to judge whether or not I should heed what he was saying. You can't listen to me? If you don't obey me, I can't guarantee Nanami-chan's life. You gotta be dead already. You'll just die in vain if you keep it up for her sake. Let me hear Nanami's voice.
聞かせて
I struggled to squeeze out a cracking voice, but Shogun instantly brushed aside my plea. There's no need for that. You should devote a little more thought to your current situation. I didn't want to think Nanami had died. I didn't want to imagine a dead Nanami. I was scared that once I pictured her, it had become real. Resigning myself, I did as Shogun had said and began walking for a better view of the scramble crossing. The area at my feet was dark, and I'd trip if I didn't proceed with caution. The side of the roof closest to the pedestrian scramble had a transparent acrylic plate, jutting up like a wall. It was roughly 3 stories high. As I neared that wall, I came to hear a roar from the crossing below me. A single female voice particularly caught my ear, but apparently it was coming from the Jumbotron mounting on a neighboring building. Do you see the one broken part of the acrylic plate wall where the hole is? This seems great. Wiping cold sweat off my forehead, I examined the wall in a rush, moving only my eyes. One place did have a hole in it, large enough for a single person to pass through while standing. It was shaped unnaturally, as though it had been smashed. Its broken state was evidently the result of human hands. There was nothing beyond the hole, of course, a sheer cliff straight down to the concrete 8 stories below. Stick your head out through it and greet the audience below. What did he just say? Shall I tell you again? I want you to lean through the hole and wave your hand at the people below. See, he wants to kill you. Breath caught. Was this how he made 5 people jump off? It was Seroton. It was as Seroton had said, after all. No other option but to die as well. I had to jump from here. Don't wanna. Refuse and Nanami-chan will die. Obey and you'll die. What was I supposed to do? I thought about taking the best possible course of action, but delusions of the worst case scenario for all kinds of potential patterns turned away and around in my head, and I couldn't get my brain working properly. Save me, somebody.
鬼のバカ
You moron. Nanami's voice echoed in my panicked ears. Moron. Nanami flickered before my eyes, smiling and gesturing casually. It was my fault. Nanami had absolutely nothing to do with it, yet Shogun had abducted her and cut her arm off because of me. I'm sorry, Nanami. I'm sorry. I wiped my tears, but still more overflowed even so, and I wiped them again. I steadily drew closer to the broken open hole in the midst of my fogging field of sight, and I tentatively took a look out at the ground. He did also specify to look good because you're going to be on camera, so... Without any warning, a huge cheer burst up, one that resembled the rumbling of the earth. The vast herd had gathered in the plaza, and the media. The ones who had gathered for some event that was preparing to begin at just the same time. Yes, some totally unrelated event, An onslaught of dazzling light hit me. I automatically narrowed my eyes and turned my face away, which brought the Jumbotron of the building next door into view, and without any room for doubt, the thing projected there was... me. Huh? Me? Reflected on the Jumbotron screen, my face was sloppy with tears, and I had my mouth half open like a dumbass. On top of that, my back was hunched. At first I thought it was a hallucination. Next I had chills, thinking it was a recording of me that had been secretly filmed somewhere. Going further, I began to suspect the film Shogun had taken of my thoughts was being played back there. At last, I realized it showed me here in this place at this very moment. Only the second time we've seen him, right? The other time was when he threw up in the garden. The live video running on the Jumbotron even came with sensationalistic taglines. What are the taglines? 100% live broadcast from Shibuya Station. The Miracle Esper Boy makes his debut. A ribbon of explanatory text scrolled across the bottom of the screen. A miraculous Esper Boy introduced to us by the world-class psychic Yuri Brightman. His urgent live performance. Can he scry the identity of the new-gen perp? When I read it, I understood at last. The media crews and rubberneckers gathered at the Scramble Crossing were all watching me. Don't look at me. Why are you scrutinizing someone like me? Esper Boy? What the hell? Well, here's a decision. So yeah, red or green? Red. Just flips him off, jumps. Screw you, world! You all understand what kind of day it's been? An earthquake occurred, man. Magnitude 5. Over 100 people died. Yet, why is everyone lying in wait for and getting worked up over an otaku freak like me? Shogun. Shogun must have been the one who gathered them. They were all under his mind control. Okay, if he could mind control a crowd of people like that, he'd have no reason to do anything. He could just murder anyone in plain sight. You conspiracy theorizing. I had a flashback of Ayase's form as she came falling down this afternoon. In front of this cast of thousands, in the middle of a live nationwide broadcast, as people tensely anticipated my words, I would be compelled to jump from here. If I did, it would be an archetypical example of the saying about how dead men tell no tales. The Esper Boy who had been attempting to expose the new-gen criminal had in truth turned out to be the criminal himself. A shocking conclusion, a huge and unexpected twist. They'd make up a story about how I'd flung myself to my death out of regret over my crimes. The curtains would close on New-Gen with one last riveting film. My dead body would be exposed to the entire country, smashed against the concrete, my limbs bent in bizarre directions, blood and brains, fluids spewing from my cracked open head. Because the viewers wouldn't be satisfied unless things went that far. That's what entertainment is. You see, all you gotta do is die, then everyone will be happy. Not only everyone, I'll be happy too that way. Because if I die, I'll never have to undergo such a painful and frightening experience again. Yes. Time to die. I ought to die. I'll die. I'll die for real. What, the answer had been this easy all along? I felt amazingly relaxed. At ease, I nonchalantly flung my body out into thin air. The scenery of the plaza whirled dizzyingly. I fell. I sensed the wind across my whole body. Felt nice. See everyone, look. I've now become a bird. Good pick. He died. What a dumbass. Creepy. That laugh being a crowd's reaction at somebody dying. No, I don't want to die. Terrified, so scared I might piss myself. It was the first time I'd felt death so close at hand. Better than I thought, yeah. My consciousness went faint, like a child persisting in saying no. Don't want to die. I screamed and cried. The expectation that my actions will get Shogun to let up on me. The expectation that my actions will shake people to sympathize with me and come to help me. The expectation that, if I did so, maybe the police would realize I wasn't the criminal, was simply a nasty otaku and come save me. The expectation that, if I did so, maybe my parents, sitting at home and watching TV, would come out and offer themselves up in exchange for me. Here, have us jump from the roof, son. Go home. Be happy. The expectation that if I did so, maybe Remy would come, riding in on our white horse to rescue me. The expectation that if I'd open my eyes with a gasp, I'd discover that in truth, this was all a dream. Brimming with those varied hopes, I shook my head desperately and recited my wish. I don't want to die. But if you take a single step back, Nanami-chan will die. His voice hadn't changed a bit from before. You've already stepped up on stage. Don't you think it's the best possible venue for your awakening? People gathered here have high hopes for you as well. If you betray their hopes, they may break out of control and attack you. When he said that, I lost the ability to retreat or turn around.
気にすん
Kuna Matata. He's only trying to intimidate you.
な
Taki,
ナナミチは死んじゃったんだよ
Nanamichi is dead. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with running away now. Even if you say that, I want you to concentrate on the landscape you can see from there. His voice was very cool, and yet it gave off a forcefulness that provided me with no room to back down. There's only one thing I'm going to have you do here. I can't jump, I'll die. No one's telling you to do anything of the sort, you dumbass. That's not it? Then I don't have to die? Without taking a single step away, find your D-sword. Oh, is that it? Yeah, let me just find my D-sword. How? Until now, I've searched for it everywhere. There had been practically no signs of me finding it. How ridiculous asking me to find it out of the blue in a place like this. A D-sword is a delusionary sword, so to speak. Isn't that all I need to say for you to understand what I mean? I don't understand.
騙されちゃダメだよタキ
Don't let them fool you, Taki. D-swords don't really exist. Delusions can't appear in reality, right-o?
見つかるわけ
There's no way I can find it. You've come into contact with people who bear their own swords many times before now. Haven't you? You must have heard about it from them. To get your hands on a D-sword? Think back carefully. The sword holds a key to our fate. The sword was born by gathering lamentations. The sword is meant for intervention in a transcendental place. Something similar to a parallel world. Another possibility existing in the same dimension. Alternatively, delusion. There isn't much meaning in how it's phrased. The one certain factor is, this sword exists in that territory. It's there before I knew it. At first I didn't notice it, but when I changed my perspective a little bit, I knew it for what it was. Maybe you can already see yours. You just aren't seeing it.
世界を疑い
The world, know how it operates. Is the view you see the real thing? It's possible to turn delusions into reality. Things that aren't real blend into the scenery around us. In other words, it's making people recognize errors as reality. Indeed, you've already been provided with numerous hints. You must already see it. In this vista spreading out before your eyes. In other words, Shogun was hiding my D-sword somewhere in the landscape I could see from here. I wanted me to find it. If I find it, will you let me go? You won't clear the quest simply by finding it. Radar thoughts, yep. I feel like this is not the first time he has, but yes, still right. You have to actually get your hands on it. Without breaking the rule, you mustn't take a step away from your current place. Of course I couldn't do that. If I couldn't move from here, how was I supposed to go get the sword? What the hell was Shogun trying to make me do?
だからあいつ
So I've been saying he's gonna stick impossible hurdles in front of you, because he only wants to kill you anyway. Nanami-chan won't live if you can't do it. Let's escape, okay, Taki? Let's go home, okay? But if I take even one step away from here, he'll kill Nanami. That's what I'm saying. No matter what, you can't save Nanamichi. He'd said I could save her. You're gonna trust him? He might be lying, you know. I strained my eyes. Due to the radiant light from below, it was hard to see what lay far away. His D-sword is the Hachiko statue. The D stands for dog. Looked around as much as I could. That said, I didn't have a particularly broad view from here. Most of it was hidden by buildings. To find it, my sword. You can't. She really doesn't want him to find his sword. I still think it's a non-zero chance that Remy is his sword. I definitely think that's a non-zero chance at all. I ruminated over Ayase and Senna's words one more time. How was I supposed to pull this off?
でも
But when I changed my perspective a little bit, I knew it for what it was.
本当じゃないものが
Things that aren't real blend into the scenery around us. Right then, for some reason, I remembered a pattern on the ceiling of my room. Since long ago, I had a vague thought as I went to sleep. The wood grain of the ceiling looked kind of like a person's face. And I see the eye, at least. Once I started looking at it like that, it stopped being able to see it as anything other than a face.
はいはい目の
Yeah,
錯覚
yeah,
目
a
の
trick of
錯
your
覚
eyes, a trick of your eyes. Lots of knots in wood are like that. That's true. It's hardly the same thing as the pattern of a piece of wood. You're to cut it out. Shogun murmured in his usual composed tone. I'm also pretty sure he can hear Sierra. If you see the sword... Oh, never mind. Cut it out. You can do it. Yeah, no idea what he's saying. He's just blabbering random stuff now.
妄想は
It's possible to make delusions real. Like that flower bed, like the divided Iases. But the last time I tried to make my fake D-sword materialize as the real thing, nothing happened. I turned my face from side to side once more. Tried surveying the tableau as I could see from here. Oh, I saw a sword. Oh. I'm gonna save here. A straight up yes or no. Did we see a sword? Straight up. Nothing else. Yes or no. Did we see a sword? I feel like yes is the logical answer. I mean, there's that. But it's still just like, it's weird to get a straight up just yes no question. I'm going to pick yes, but I'm not going to deny I'm curious as to what would happen if we hit no, but I'm going to hit yes. I distinctly saw a sword. Yes or no? Again, that looks swordish to me, but more lances, I guess. I feel like we should commit to it though, right? If we're going, I saw a sword, we distinctly saw a sword, right? I feel like it's logical, like if we're going to commit fully. We did have a yes-no question way early in this, didn't we? Because they were talking about the design of like our ideal 2D girl. If I could move from here, I could take it. Yes? Yeah, with swimsuits and glasses. Again, I think they're talking about that, but we also know we can't move from here. I'm gonna hit yes, but disappointed in you. Oh, something pushed hard at my back. Without my noticing, someone had come up close behind me. I didn't sense anyone's presence. It wasn't Shogun. I didn't hear the creaking of his wheelchair. Then who? The nighttime scenery of the station plaza whirled dizzyingly. I fell. I sensed the wind across my whole body. The ground rushed towards me. I could hear screams, no rather, cheers from my surroundings. What was this? Was this the end? Was my life over? No. I didn't want this. No, 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 no. Crunchy. Oh. Glad I saved. Very glad I saved. Well. Alright, I want to try yes, yes, no. Or maybe yes, no. Distinctly saw a sword. I'm gonna say yes, yes, no first. If not, then we'll do like yes, no something. Take it. Because we already knew... Okay. You can see that sword from places other than here. Because we already knew specifically we're not supposed to step away from here. So that's probably what triggered it. That one's actually tough. I want to say maybe yes, but I also... Why would he bring us up here if the answer was... Yeah? Alright. Nope. Gotta just load that one up. Yeah, because it makes sense that he'd have to bring us here if you could only see it from here, I guess. Okay, so we saw a sword. See a sword distinctly. We can grab it from here. Or we don't have to move from here to grab it. You cannot see it from anywhere but here. Excuse me. It's not actually a sword. I'm gonna say yes. So I think that's the whole point, so it's not physically a sword. I saw it! Oh. In the vague, blurring night scenery, in the midst of the landscape whose light was bent by my welling tears, I found a place that looked just like a sword. It was as Ayase had said. I hadn't noticed it at first, but once I changed my perspective a teeny bit, at some point it was there. I was fine with anything, even if it had only happened to appear like that by coincidence. The more I thought of it as a sword, the denser it got, at last becoming veiled in a sense of reality and gaining a stronger and stronger presence in the scenery. I could already make out its outline clearly. Have you found it? Shogun was quick to address me, as if he'd noticed my catching my breath. Then I'd like you to reach out and cut away that sword. You don't have to think too hard about it. You can do it. Of course you can't. Don't do it, Taki. If you try, you'll fall. If you fall, you'll die. I looked down. Innumerable people. No emergency medical brigade had arrived yet. It was the same as this afternoon. The response times were too slow, which was only to be expected. That just showed how intense the casualties from the earthquake at noon had been. You can't cut it out. Don't let yourself be imprisoned by keeping your mind closed. If you think from the start that it's impossible, you won't be able to do anything. Throw away common sense and simply see it as it is. You have the power to do so. The world will respond to your power, as it did with the flower bed. Could I really do it? Would that sword become mine merely by stretching out my hand? If it were true, there'd be nothing wrong with giving it a try. As I had said, my D-sword would bring me salvation. Maybe those words had implicitly been referring to this very moment. Well, I still think Shogun is just part of him. So, like, I truly think Shogun is just part of him, but we have evidence to support that it might not be the case. So, like, don't get me wrong. There's evidence on both sides. I'm sticking to this side, but I can see the evidence for the other. If he's a part of him, then he presumably will also get access to the sword, but that does raise the question of then, if Shogun is just a part of him, why doesn't Shogun just do it? Like, why not, when Shogun has control, just do it? He clearly knows how. Maybe Shogun can't tap into and access that power and potential until he awakens the sword? There's a lot of questions here. I would obtain my sword and clear the quest, and Nanami would come home unharmed, and Shogun would stop interfering with me. I'd go back to the peaceful lifestyle I'd led up until now. You think it'll go that conveniently? You think Shogun will let you go just like that? Come on, he's a serial killer who's murdered over 10 people, you know? Even Shogun wouldn't try to make me do the impossible. I could do it. He was telling me to do it because I could. He only wants to kill you, Taki. Have you forgotten the group diving film? I do wonder, when we picked the wrong one, who pushed us? He specified, didn't hear any wheelchair. Who pushes us? Shogun made 5 guys and girls fall to their deaths without touching them once, remember? Too bad for Seraton, but I'd already extended my hand as though seeking deliverance. The herd below began rumbling. The thousands of people stuffed into the plaza paid close heed to my every gesture. For that matter, the broadcast meant tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people through all of Japan were watching me. Nausea surged within me. My heart seemed about to crumble under the pressure of being watched by such a vast number of people. Yeah, it's gotta be someone else, so there's someone else up here. No, I mustn't be conscious of it. If I become too conscious of it, nervousness would keep me from moving so much as a finger. Now I had to focus on the sword. Being careful of my feet, I stood there and stretched out a hand. Fixing my aim on the sword in my sight, I tried to grasp it by instinct alone. But I felt nothing. The wind mercilessly rushed at me. Moreover, the direction of the wind was indeterminate, As soon as I thought it was coming from in front of me, the next instant it would push me from the side. I was gripping the acrylic plate to hold myself up, but it was slippery, so the only thing that really helped were my nerves. If I became even a little distracted, I'd get thrown off the edge. Even so, I frantically attempted to seize the sword. No matter how many times I tried, it didn't succeed. I can't do it, because it's not really a sword. Tears poured out of me again. The field of sight went misty, and the sword-like object I had seen only faintly began to disintegrate. I hastily wiped my tears. If I lost sight of it once, I had a feeling I'd never find it again. And all you need to do is reach further. Shit, you have no idea what this is like for me. I bit my lip, holding back my tears, and leaned out further than ever before, my hand swimming through the empty air. I couldn't grab onto the sword after all. Further. I fell from here. Looked down again. I was higher up than I'd imagined. On the brink of vertigo, I yanked myself back and clung to the wall of acrylic. What's the matter? Quick, get the sword. If not, Nanami-chan won't return, no matter how long you wait. I shouldn't have looked down. Yeah, that's true. My shaking wouldn't stop. My trembling made my feet seem about to slip. I was completely cowed. Can't do it. Let me go. You would do well not to underestimate me. I have no intention of playing along with your selfishness. You're to obtain the D-sword. If you can't, your little sister would die. And you might as well die too. That's all there is to it. No, I don't want to die. Don't want to die. I unwillingly thrust my body through the hole again and reached out my hand. I could still see the sword there. I tried to do it over and over, but it was still no good. It definitely seemed like I could reach it, but no matter what, I never quite got there. I leaned out further still. I stretched my hand towards the sword as if I were reaching with my whole body. I strained the tips of my fingers to their limit, and slowly closed my hand. As before, I felt nothing. I can't reach it. This was impossible. Sierra-tan had been right. There wasn't any way I could grab a half-transparent sword like that in the first place. The law of perspective made it seem like it was an ordinary size, but thinking about it more calmly, it had to be unbelievably gigantic. It wasn't the size of something a person could hold. If you grasp that sword, you'll clear the quest. But I'll fall. I can't reach it. Is it okay if you don't save Nanami-chan? Help me. Let me go already. I don't want to die. Remember what happened this afternoon. If you have the power, even if you fall, all you need to do is manifest another flower bed. Even if you fall, you won't die. You confident? I heard Sierra-tan's tense, teasing whisper behind my ear. Confident? If you fall from here, it'll be less than 3 seconds before you crash into the ground. In that gap, you have to make a flower bed materialize again. Can you do something that amazing, Taki? You've never consciously used that power before, not even once, right-o? Oh, another choice. Even again. Got the classic red and green. I feel like this one might be more important than previous ones. Red, alright. Red it be. Right, for starters, even if I'd been able to use it before, I didn't know how. So let's run away, okay? You've done well. Anything more is asking too much of you. You said again? Oh, yeah, she's changing her story. Yeah. Well, she's changing her story because her goal is clearly just go back home. Say anything to get you to just go back home. She doesn't have a consistent story because she just has a consistent goal, and she's changing her story just to try to fit that goal. You don't want to die, right-o? But Nanami, and I'll say it straight up for you. What's so bad about Nanamichi being dead? Is Nanamichi's life more important than your own? But Nanami is my beloved little sister, and when you get down to the nitty-gritty, she's just another person, right-o? You'll be sad if she dies, sure, but nothing more. How's that gonna harm you? Wouldn't. What's more important, your life or someone else's? If you die, the world's over, you know? Your world's gonna be over. You get it? There's nothing left behind once you die. There's no life after death. There's no such thing as heaven. There's no such thing as reincarnation. Unless you get hit by Truck-kun. All that'll happen is the biological processes of one little animal called Taki stop working, and you won't be able to observe the world anymore. That's the same as the world ending. Basically, If you die, the Nanamichi you've been observing is going to disappear anyway. Not only Nanamichi, Rimichi, and Ayasechi, and me too. Everyone will vanish. But if Nanamichi is the only one to die, you won't have to disappear, and your world won't have to disappear either. You can watch the final episode of Burachu, and you'll remain in a world where you can buy the Burachu game and figures planned for next year, including new figures of me. Say, Taki, you want to die? Do you not want to die? He's had a long everything, yeah. I don't want to die. I don't want to suffer. I don't want to die. I don't want to disappear. It won't bother or hurt me, no matter what happens to Nanami. I muttered, as though to persuade myself. The one on the right wasn't Shogun, it was Sierra-tan. Sword. It looks like a sword, but it isn't one. It's just the way the light reflects off it, or a trick of the eyes. Exactly. Shall we go home? Once we get home, it's okay if you look at my panties and jerk off to your heart's content. She knows exactly what he's... Yeah, I'm going back. I'm gonna go home and after you, Sierra-tan. Thanks, game. Thanks for picking red, Ramen. Thanks. Where's Truck-kun? Oh, yay. I'll strike lots of etchy poses for you, Taki. I slowly pulled back my outstretched hand. That alone made me feel very much at peace. I took Sierra-tan out of my breast pocket and contemplated her smile. As long as I had Sierra-tan's forgiveness, I didn't need anything else. I sniffled up the stuff running from my nose. I veered around and walked up to Shogun. Who gave you permission to move? You haven't cleared the quest yet, have you? I'm no hero. A screwball, filthy otaku who can't even save his only little sister. That's what I am. Little bit of ramen, maybe. Don't expect anything with me. Don't look at me. Leave me be. I'm going to kill Nanami-chan. She's probably dead anyway. She was already dead. Shogun had brutally murdered her. Tomorrow they'd report about it all over the place as the 6th new gen case. It saddened me, but I couldn't do anything about it. Uh-oh. Oh no. We might have picked really wrong. We might have picked really wrong, bro. Oh. The sound of water dripping. It wasn't a rivulet of water. In his blood. Pure red blood trickling from the stump on her wrist. Why wouldn't you save me? Bro. Oh, you're the scum of the earth. Yeah, that. I screamed at the top of my lungs. How dare you! 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 The world went crimson. Fury and grief and shame ground my thoughts into a pulp. I charged blindly at Shogun. I grabbed at him, sitting still in the shadows. But it was less of a physical response than I'd expected. I fell headlong together with the wheelchair. I must have hit my knee. Pain shot through it. Grimacing, I looked about in confusion for the person who had been sitting in the wheelchair. The head had tumbled down by my feet. I gingerly reached for it, but it was hard. Rather than a once-living head, it was clearly something akin to a helmet. This is a pitch-black helmet. Oh. Spider Shredder.
Das Spider.
I got no idea anymore. Darth Spider. That's clearly, like, that's not the translation. It's clearly what he says.
Das Spider.
I never saw it coming. The game continues. Chapter 7. Psychopath. That does not end the game. Shogun was Darth Spider all along. I do too, but I want to stick to my guns to not going back, except in the cases where it literally ends the game. Like, with the doors, I had to go back. There was no option. But I really kind of want to stick to my guns and stick to the decisions we make. However, yes, I'm very curious right now, but I want to stick to my guns for the moment. Yeah, for sure, like as a final thing, we could just skip through text most of the way and just see what the different choices do. Though it would soon be midnight, the turnstiles of the subway's Hanzoman line were packed with people. The earthquake had led to enormous disruptions of the schedules of all forms of public transportation. Excuse me. And everyone passing through the turnstiles wore looks of unconcealed irritation. Ooh, I heard news speaking of disasters impeding public transportation. So, the store I used to work at fired me because I didn't want to go back until COVID was done, which, to be fair, when I originally had said that, I thought it was going to be like a month's time, and it's been a little longer than that, admittedly. With the rain that came through here last weekend, last Wednesday, that big flooding rain, that store flooded to high hell, apparently. Like, almost knee deep inside the store flooded. And like, not gonna lie, hearing that news just warmed my heart a bit. I was like, wow, man, I hope those managers really had a fun time there that night. Oh, it was super crazy. Thankfully, we're on top of a hill here, but even then, we still had some water coming to the basement. Not enough to cause any, like, permanent damage or anything, just enough to be like, we had to get some carpet out in the basement, but, like, whatever. Compared to what most people had, it wasn't bad. But we're on top of a hill, and we still got water in the basement. But, like, oh, yeah, I've seen pictures of subway floods, but while I don't envy the actual employees who had to work that night, hearing that store flooded, it's like, yeah, cool. It's still kind of happy news. I hated that place. Actively hated that place. Some of the employees were fine. I had no beef with the, like, fellow employees, but, like, the company, the higher-ups, the managers, just sucked so much. Watching them from the corner of his eyes, Ban Yasuji checked the monitor on the station's attendant's office. Yeah, assuming that it wasn't a delusion that was being broadcast, Ban's gonna see this. Like, you can't miss that. There had been a report from an attendant yesterday morning, when they first heard word that a high school girl was menacing someone with a colossal bladed object. The jurisdictional officers came running. By the time they arrived, however, neither the high school girl nor the man she had allegedly assaulted were anywhere to be seen. I kind of want to go back after this and grab the screenshot of Darth Spider, because out of context, like, is it a spoiler for the game? Sure. Would showing that to literally anybody actually spoil anything? No. No, not the... I have no words. It's great. I love it, but I'm confused too. By the time they arrived, however, neither the high school girl nor the man she had allegedly assaulted were anywhere to be seen. Upon hearing of the case by happenstance today, Ban got himself interested in the male victim's description. It nagged at him that several similar incidents had also occurred, which is why he'd come here of his own accord at a time like this. It would seem that the altercation had been filmed in all its detail by the security cameras. When he requested that the station attendant let him see the tape, the response was a pleasant yes, but it came along with a warning. It's a tad creepy. For the time being, he made the tape play back on the monitor. The picture was full of noise. A bit itchy. It was probably due to the earthquake. He figured it had something to do with all that talk about how data on computers' hard disks had disappeared here and there. Determining who had been caught on tape would be a trial, given that it was barely at the level where you could see what was going on. A lone man appeared in the center of the picture. He stood still in the background near the wall along the right edge of the screen. Located a short ways away from the turnstiles, it was a place one wouldn't set foot on the way to board or change trains. And in fact, the other passengers only cut across the very front of the screen. The awful noise made it difficult to discern the man's appearance, but he was rather skinny and short, He wore a large rucksack on his back. Bond couldn't figure out what he was doing there. After he fast-forwarded through about a half-hour of tape, a small change abruptly took place. Several of the commuters who had been cutting across the screen walked up to the man and halted. To Bond, it almost appeared as though they were being pulled in by the man with the rucksack. The mysterious part was how they showed no particular sign of starting a conversation with him. They stood in place and zoned out. Nor did the several people who had halted appear to be acquainted with each other. They were different genders and ages with no common ground between them. What in the world was going on? When Bond gazed at the monitor, cocking his head, a single girl entered the screen. A long-haired high school girl in a Sumai Academy uniform. She headed straight for the man with the rucksack, with the exact gait that came to mind when one thought of someone striding. Movements were clearly different from those of the people who had stopped earlier. As a matter of fact, she pushed aside the loiterers and suddenly hauled the man up by his collar. For some time, the two of them quarreled, or rather it appeared more as if the girl was one-sidedly threatening him. Acting as though this had recalled them to themselves, the people who had stopped there set off on their respective ways. At last, the girl flung the man aside. Retreating one step away from the man who had fallen on his bottom, she struck an odd pose. She leaned forward, lowering her center of gravity, and placed both hands together close to the side of her hip. She appeared to be carrying something, but her hands were empty. The report had stated that she was swinging around a large bladed weapon. Where could she possibly be hiding such a thing? The answer soon became evident. Without warning, the screen, the camera shook. This wasn't a form of noise. The way her hair and clothing passing commuters fluttered made it clear that the camera doing the recording was actually shaking. What? Bond's eyes ate into the screen. Before he knew it, the girl had come to be holding a gigantic sword. One longer than she was tall. But who knew where she had drawn it from? He rewound the tape and confirmed it one more time. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed the sword had come floating up out of empty space. So, can cameras just capture it? Or can Bond see them? Don't know yet. At least the girl had kept her center of gravity low and stayed in place without budging an inch. What kind of party trick is this? The people captured in the monitor saw the sword and the girl had materialized and burst into a commotion, but she took no heed of the others. The rucksack-bearing man, on the other hand, was blatantly terrified. He desperately scrambled up and tried to run away. But the girl wouldn't permit this. Chasing the man with finely honed movements, she swung that enormous sword with ease. Like a fierce gale, the sword sliced apart the rucksack he was wearing. The force of the impact made him topple over. Being able to show the sword seems wrong. I think it's gotta be Bond. Yeah. Well, she had, struck the pose and then materialized it, so it is possible that's just when she made it. She didn't have it the whole time. Also possible, considering we haven't seen anyone with a decent... Oh, no. Never mind. I was going to say maybe the earthquake and the flash did something to people so they could see him now, but nobody commented on FES having her sword when she fell. So maybe that's not it. So it's got to be either the camera or Bond, and it makes sense if it's Bond. However, it didn't look like he'd been hurt. And in reality, the officer who came running in to examine the scene after receiving a report about it had found not a single remnant of blood. What the heck is this girl? As if she had heard his mutter, though it was a recorded tape, so she couldn't have, the girl suddenly turned towards the camera. The screen went slightly jumbled. The girl's form disappeared instantaneously. Ah, she can instant transmission. Cool. Useful. Excuse me. Almost as if she had never been there from the start. The man's slashed rucksack remained behind as an undeniable mark of my hiccups. Though the visual noise made it hard to decipher, it was certain that she had vanished from the screen in less than a full second. Bond rewound the film again. There was nothing unnatural looking about the timestamp displayed at the lower right-hand side of the screen. In other words, this tape, it hadn't been edited. So how was one supposed to explain away that girl and her sword? Feeling as though he'd seen a ghost or something, Bond was left alone with his perplexity. So I'm going to definitely go with the theory that he can see the swords now. Or could always, and just hadn't seen one. In the midst of a perfect whiteness, I lay down. I felt soft, fluffy sensations of floating, but I didn't know whether or not I was levitating. I didn't have any sense of up or down, right or left. I do get the feeling we are now not on a good ending path, however. The silence was noisy in my ears. It was like hundreds of crickets were crying out in my head all at once. I wouldn't have experienced any doubts if somebody told me this was the world that came after death. For it was so. Monotonous, simple, tranquil, regulated, orderly, empty, and peaceful. Maybe this was what it felt like inside the mind of a Buddha who had achieved enlightenment. It was vastly different from being in my head. I wanted to stay here forever. The aggravation, bitterness, and hollowness of reality, I didn't want to taste such things. Progressive chapters makes you think we're not on a specific bed, which is also true. It's the fact that it's progressing chapters does seem positive. Maybe we wouldn't have grabbed the sword anyway. I don't know. But that seemed like a really hard get sword or don't get sword choice. But you're right, it went chapters, and that bodes well for continuing the story. Who knows? Just as I thought this to myself, and again, we haven't gone back to check how much any of these diverge, so just rolling with it. Just as I thought this to myself, noise started flying into the white and previously soundless world. It was the sound of a door opening and someone's footsteps. They were drawing closer. Bro, I'm here. Hee-ho, hee-ho. Bro, today Nana brought you something nice. Here you go, a present. It's a hand-knitted cap. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful? It's already winter and I like hats, so I knitted it. Wear it. Bro, don't ignore me. You haven't finished your dinner, even though it's curry. You've got to eat properly. Hey, is it true that hospital food isn't very yummy? Sorry, just anytime my foot brushes up against something now I'm paranoid. You still have to eat it. Wait up, bro. If you sleep without eating, your tummy is going to get hungry at night. Someone's hands slid around behind my back, and they forced my body up. There, for the first time, I noticed that my eyes were closed. The little girl was there when I opened my eyes. She was Nanami, my little sister. But she seemed awfully small. She was Nanami from a long time ago. How long ago was this? At least, it must have been around when we were in elementary school. Okay, go ah. Telltale Walking Dead choices, we don't want to change anything. Yep, entirely possible. The young Nanami dipped a plastic spoon into the curry and held it out towards me. I hit her spoon-holding hand and went on to inexplicably fling away the tray the curry rested on, slamming it to the floor with my arm. Why would you waste good curry? You bastard. Not only are you rude to your sister, you wasted curry. That's so rude. I'm going to tell Mommy. Nanami crouched to pick up the hurdled tray off the floor, then brought a dish rag from the sink to the corner, in the corner of the room and began cleaning. You really have to be coddled, huh? Because you couldn't do a thing if Nana weren't here. But already, I covered my face with both of my hands and slowly closed my eyes. Sorry I can't protect you. When I gradually opened my eyes, I saw a white ceiling. Dazzlingly white. I blinked my eyelids multiple times. I tried moving my fingers. I tried raising my hand over my head. Bad end to curry death, young. My palm created a shadow. It was what finally released me from the brightness. It's in a dream about Nanami. Nanami had been the reliable sort even back then. When I stopped speaking to anyone after the bus accident during elementary school years, that tendency of Nanami's grew more pronounced. Unlike my parents, who simply became overprotective, she took care of all kinds of things for me, even while being verbally hard on me. She is literally the best person in your life. You treat her like garbage. But a dream. Had I ever been hospitalized? I'd commuted there for checkups, but, well, it was a dream, so there wasn't much meaning in seriously pondering minor discrepancies. I lay back on the bed. It was a white pipe-framed bed, white sheets, white pillow, a white linoleum floor, white walls, white fluorescent lights up on the ceiling, white curtains covering the window, small white shelves besides the bed, a white pitcher set atop them, white paper cups. I steadily grew sick of it. I raised my torso with all my might. Best person. Yo, absolutely. For a second, a numb pain shot through my right waist, but it soon diminished. The room was fairly spacious. at least 2 times bigger. 2 times bigger, comma, than my base. But that didn't change the fact that it was so Spartan. Perhaps it was a hospital room. What could give you that idea? Yeah. A pair of green slippers had been lined up close by the bed. It relieved me to find a color other than white. I could move my body, so it seemed I hadn't died. My throat was dry. I wanted to drink Coke. Cold Coke with lots of carbonation. There was nothing of the sort in this pure white room, and I had no choice except to pour water from the pitcher directly into my mouth. You had a choice, there's cups. It was a little lukewarm, but still more than sufficient to wet my throat. As I took a breather after my drink, the door opened and a white-garbed nurse came in. I then understood that this was a hospital after all. Her eyes went a bit round when she saw me. Apparently, she thought I would be sleeping. Oh my.
西条さん、
You're awake,
目が覚めたん
Nishijo-san.
ですね。
She soon gave me a gentle smile. She was a model nurse. Speaking of which, I had a hunch that I'd seen her somewhere before. Ah, right, she was the lady who'd been in the hospital when Dr. Takashima examined me. What had been her name again? I couldn't remember, so I took a furtive look at the name tag on her chest. It said Hazuki. Yeah,
お
Hazuki-san.
体の調子はどう
How
で
are you
すか？
feeling? Hazuki-san held a thermometer out to me. The gesture came naturally to her, just sort of ended up taking it.
体温を測って
Please
くださ
measure
い
your
ね。
temperature, okay? If you speak to me that kindly, I'm not going to be able to do anything but meekly obey. My head was full of question marks, but for the time being, I stuck the thermometer in my armpit. Thought it was supposed to go like, under the tongue, but alright. Immediately after, memories erupted inside my head. I remembered those events. Though, at the time, I'd given up on saving Nanami, and had seized at the wheelchair-riding Shogun. But I didn't feel anything there. I found myself holding when I toppled over was a Darth Spider helmet. Count Darth Spider, the archetypical villain who appeared in the movie Spark Wars. His black suede silhouette was famous even in Japan. But I had such a hard time thinking of Shogun as being a Darth Spider cosplayer that it sent my wrath flying away, leaving me totally at sea. I got up and looked at the wheelchair. No one was sitting in it. A black hood was draped across the backrest. It, too, was part of the Darth Spider costume. I went out to survey the area, but no one was there. I was the only person who had been up at that pitch-black roof. The press corps came dashing up there simultaneously. They packed in around me without leaving a single gap, pointed microphones and spotlights at me. Well over 10 lights and microphones. Excessive vigor almost terrified me. I wanted to flee, but I couldn't budge an inch. They mobbed me. Nishijo-kun, what happened to your clairvoyance? Does this mean we still don't know who the new gen criminal is? Does that Darth Spider helmet have something to do with one of your supernatural talents? Nishijo-kun. You clearly said Nishijo-san. Won't you answer? You'll have been stealing the airwaves if you let things end like this, you know. Ultimately, what was it that you wanted to accomplish? To gain notoriety by riding the new gen wave? Don't you think that's inappropriate? Ah, I wonder. Have you spoken with Yuri Brightman lately? What did you talk about? Do you think the earthquake and new gen are somehow related? Would it be safe to think of that Bishoujo figure you're holding as being some kind of ceremonial item? Oh yeah, he definitely performs a ceremony with it. Moving on. Did you act like this because you've been influenced by anime and games? Nishijo-san. Nishijo-san. The lights aimed at me were incredibly hot. It felt much like getting my skin burnt by the midsummer sun. The media people flooding in made it stuffy and my head went blank. The field of sight swirled around and around. Being driven into a corner, panicking, it hurt to breathe. I cradled my head. I couldn't see anything. I didn't want to see anything. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't want to hear anything. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want to feel anything. Stop it. Please stop it. At the same time that I shouted, my consciousness cut off as though it had been short-circuited. Just don't shake his hand. I guess it would explain Shogun's voice, but there was nobody there, though. Crackpot Theory time, go ahead. I'm still standing with the... There was somebody else on the roof. We know there was somebody on the roof that wasn't in the wheelchair and was able to push him. I mean, yes, from a bad end, but still. Was Remy. Maybe. I still kind of think Remy is almost like something he created. I don't know if it's like I don't know if Remy's a real person. I honestly think he might have just hallucinated her long term. But if not, then yeah, no, that probably checks out. Like, and I still kind of think Shogun is just part of his like multiple personality disorder. But again, there's evidence to go against that too. I'm not really sure. What I am sure of is it's 2 a.m. Time keeps going, and we're going to save here. I can't really think of a logical ending point, so this is it, right here. I know, right? It has been 4 hours, I assure you. I know. So much has already happened tonight in this game. Next week, more. Ooh, I still don't really know what I'm going to play Monday or Tuesday. I might just pick something chill. I might just do like leveling characters in 14 or something. Because Thursday's a big day. And then over the weekend, we're going to be playing a bunch of Arise. Thursday, we're going to start at midnight. Friday, we'll probably do an afternoon, evening. Saturday, probably afternoon, evening throughout the weekend. Sunday, we're still going to do this. Next Sunday. But I don't really have anything set in stone for Monday and Tuesday. We finished Ryza, which is great. I'm trying to think, like, I don't want to start a new game for 2 days. I guess we could do Super Robot Wars. That's another one we haven't finished. Or we could do, like, post-game and something. We could do post-game World Ends With You, or post-game Monster Hunter, or we could just do Monster Hunter. I don't know. Well, we'll figure that out. Yeah, for now, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been a hell of a night. I feel like all the Chaos Head nights are hell of a nights. Yeah. It's been something for sure. We got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and
Chaos.
right. Yeah, no. Oh, and even better is you'll have to wait a week for more answers. Me too, though. Unlike with the Steins Gate stuff where it's like, aha, I've left off on a cliffhanger and I know what's going to happen. I don't know. I have no idea. His favorite game? I could. We'll see. I don't know. I have no strong thoughts on what I'm going to do for the next 2 days. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll actually finally try out Jacko. Who knows? I'm going to decide that tomorrow. That's a tomorrow Viper problem. Or later tonight Viper problem. Though I think I'm also going to be able to platinum Atelier Rise either tonight or tomorrow. Pretty sure I'm close. I just need to get my alchemy level up to 99. I'm at like 85, 86, 87, somewhere like that. It should be doable. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper of Viperland, having a hell of a confusing but great time. And I'll see you all next time.